Alright, good evening. Hey there, Jeremy. Guardian Tales World 17 arrives today? Yeah. So I plan to play that tomorrow on stream. Oh yeah, Dream End Discharger. B-Jam. Let's see. Badge. The music ends. Right, I need to game capture. There we go. Yeah, so last week, as usual, Battler is incompetent. Sort of forgot his main idea of, or his main goal of saving his family so he could go back to his sister. He's like, oh yeah, I still gotta do that, but let me just save this witch that's been torturing everyone. Yeah. For some odd reason that apparently makes sense to him. That's just... It is such a weird shift. Like, suddenly he cares so much about Beatrice. But why? I did save last week, didn't I? Oh, please tell me I saved. Was there only one save? Wait, August 29th? Yeah, that was last week. Okay. I don't know why. It feels like I've been doing episode 5 2 weeks already. Eh. Oh, that's right. We went back in time to see what the heck happened. They rewound the game for Battler. After dashing to her bedroom, Jessica answered the phone call that had been transferred there.
もしもしお待たせバトラー6年も音沙汰なしとはどういうつもりだ久しぶりだなお、そうなのか知るかよそんなのうぜえぜじゃあ今年の親族会議はちゃんと来るわけだろ ?6 年ぶりだな
Now, I just realized my voice isn't coming across. Something got screwed up here. Yeah, but hey, Jeremy. Yep, World 17 arrives today, and I'll be playing it tomorrow on stream. Voice mod, what happened here? Why are you not coming across? You're gonna pretend like you could hear me? I don't know why, for some reason, like my voice goes through voice mod so that I can change into different voices. But for some reason, it's here in OBS, it's unmuted, but it's just not coming across. I don't know why. OBS, why do you do this? Like, it's coming across in voice mod. Not in OBS. I had to turn on the default mic thing. I fixed it. What if I change it? Huh. Mute, unmute, no. Is it... What if I turn the resistance? No? Technical difficulties. Gotta love them. I don't know what is wrong. I hear myself because of the... Oh, it should be... Now is it? Now it's not coming. Maybe that's why it's not cross. Why? It's not coming across my headphones when I try to hear myself. Testing, testing, testing. This is awkward. Testing, testing. For some reason, it's not coming across. Okay, what if I just restart voice mod? Testing, testing. No, I still can't hear myself. What the heck? I have it going to the right output. But it's just not coming across, and I can hear other sounds. Why is this happening? Pain. So much pain. If I go to sound settings, yeah, everything's still coming through that audio output device. Test. Troubleshoot. The heck? Automated diagnostics, oh boy. Go for it. Running diagnostics. Don't type anything during the wait. Oh. Okay. That beeping. I heard the beep. Yes. Couldn't find the issue. Well, thanks. Scan again? Sure. Couldn't find the issue. Scan again? Yeah. Tracing DAF? I don't know what's going on now. I'll have to try and figure this out another time. Just have to, I have my filters on the voice mod thing, which is why I'm trying to get this to work. Let's I copy this. Copy this filter. On. Oh, well, that does have. That. Okay. Oh. Other sound filtered out. Okay. Too much. What about a little too much? Okay, that's like perfect, I think. I think I might come across as a little quieter than normal. I don't have to do for now. Anyway, chaos. Let's get back to the story. Oh, that went pretty loud. Okay, so Kraus called some businessmen over to the island so that he could have them explain to Natsuki that he's in an extremely good place in business. Definitely, yes. Opium. In other words, even though another family conference without Kinzo was approaching, their business had not yet earned them any money. Wonderful. After telling the guests to wait for a short while, Kraus took Natsui out into the hall and once again summarized the situation.
つまり我々の想像をはるかに超えて事業は素晴らしくうまくいっていると彼らは言っているのだ。
Hey there, Otavio. You're just in time to see Kraus fail even harder.
ここで私と知事との私的なコネクションが大きく効いてきた。もはや絶対に釣り落とすことはない。それどころか例の委任状だけでなくこれまでの損失さえも一気に取り戻すことが可能なくらいの大きな話になりつつあるのだ。
Kraus ordered the good copium. Kraus spoke passionately. This made it seem all the more suspicious to Natsuhi. But this time, at least, he had to admit that everything really did seem to be going well. That's not what the narration just said, yeah. Certainly, this business Kraus boasted of had expanded in scope over the last year, and was promising an even greater payoff than had been anticipated initially. Whether it would prove to be a winner or not, investors had gathered around it, and they were rapidly gaining funds. Must be what they mean when they say money summons money. It was probably the greatest success of Krause's life so far. That's pretty sad. No, it probably would be his greatest success yet. That point was where Natsuhi's misgivings lay. True, it was certain, and as Krause had said, they wouldn't lose this catch now. However, the fish on the line had gotten too big.
必ず釣り上げられる魚だ。
Oh, Krause. Okay.
何も焦る必要はないのだよ。親父が生きていたなら、ぜひ見せて誇りたいほどの大成功なのだ。
What do you mean if he was still alive? Of course he's still alive. What are you talking about?
ええ、それは分かっています。ですがあなたは昨年、私に約束したはずです。必ず1年で何とかできると。
Yeah, that's the problem, isn't it? A pained look rose to Krause's face. They certainly had hooked a fat fish that guaranteed great success. However, it would require an appropriate amount of time to reel it in. Natsui pressed Krause, asking if there was any way for them to make money before this year's family conference. But Krause kept saying that he needed just one more year. Krause planned to use this unprecedented success to catapult them into further challenges in the future. Because of this, he didn't want to do anything that would raise suspicions by making it seem like they were rushing to get money. Certainly, fortune tends to turn against people who take it for granted, even in the slightest. Anxious beggars never prosper. On many occasions before now, Krause had gotten cold feet and sold off businesses that would surely have brought in a profit had he just waited, and had, in effect, given away his winning picks. Natsuhi also knew this. She knew that guts were the thing that her husband lacked most. That's why she was unable to refuse when Krause said he wanted to prudently wait just one more year. Oof, indeed.
順調でよかったではないか。ということはどうやら私はもうしばらくここで幽霊を続けねばならぬようだな。
Oh, Kinzo. Or well, Natsuhi.
まんざらでもなかろうが、そなたの命などこの世を去ればすぐに悪魔どもに食い尽くされる運命よ。
申し訳ありません、お父様。また今年もお父様にはお休みいただけないかもしれません。
よい、気にするな、夏日。
Wait, hold up. For one more year, you might not be granted peace. You're fated to be chewed to bits by demons the moment you leave this world. Ah, yes. So peaceful.
後ろ宮家当主はすでに私ではない。書斎の幽霊はおとなしく現在の当主の命令に従うべきだ。クラウスの資料は読ませてもらったが、なかなかに悪くない。
お父様からご覧になってもですか？
うん。わらわから見てもなかなかのものよ。 誰もが勝利を確信し、相当の魔力が集中している。その結果、さらに勝利が熱くなり、ますますに人と魔力を集め黄金を生み出そうとしている。
Oh, you know what? I think I just... There we go. Yeah, that's better.
錬金術の王道を見事に体現しているぞ。
Just talking to myself. Victory growing even deeper. Uh-huh. Perfect embodiment of classic alchemy.
おお、黄金の魔女の太鼓判までつくならこれは心強い。喜べ夏日。このクラウスの事業は必ずや後ろ宮家の危機を救うだろう。
ありがとうございます。そしてそのためにまた。
もう一度親族会議を乗り越えねばならんな。
Oh my. I think Natsui's turning into a schizo.
ええ。昨年はうまくやり過ごせたつもりですが、不審に思う親族も現れるでしょう。今年は正念場になると思います。
Like, is she actually imagining this happening? This would be so weird. Just imagining her talking to two other imaginary selves, basically. I think she needs some help. Yeah, and just needs some help there. Rip Chatsui. I mean, she's still sort of Chad for that fight in episode 1, assuming that she didn't somehow kill herself. And she stood up to whoever was killing everybody. I guess. I don't know. This is making me wonder. What the heck happened there?
去年の親族会議の時、ひょっとしたらもう一度同じことになるかもしれぬと予見したそなたは正しかったな。
最悪のケースを想定するのは魔女ならずとも世渡りの基本だ。それで今年はどうする？
去年同様、会議当日はお父様の秘密を知る使用人を集中的に配置します。お父様の不在を気取る親族もすでにいるかもしれません。不用意な演出はむしろ馬脚を表す危険性もあります。
過ぎたるは及ばざるがごとしとも言う。なればどうする？
今年は昨年とは逆に最後まで書斎をお出にならないという筋書きでいこうと思います。
それがよかろうな。籠城は単純にして最後の切り札だ。
どれほど屋敷が毒素に満ちようとも、この部屋を密室結界に閉ざす限り金蔵の存在を否定することはできぬ。
I just had a thought. I know that might sound scary, but uh, I can't remember what exactly happened with Ava sticking a paper into the door. And was that in episode 1? But didn't Ava go into the room when Kinzo was still, or when they were still saying that Kinzo was alive? That wasn't episode 1, okay, yeah. Hmm. Ava did not go into the room. She stuck paper in the door after Natsui left. Okay, okay. 'Cause I was thinking, if Ava did go into the room and, like, she knew, then maybe she would be the last one standing. I don't know. Yeah, the paper was still there next time. Yeah. Because Kinzo was dead, and therefore there was no one to leave the room. Yeah. He didn't use the door to leave because there was nobody there.
それはわらわも保証する。だが籠城すれば囲まれるは必至。
承知しています。それでも何卒もう一度だけお父様とベアトリーチェの力をお貸しください。
I'm just thinking what they did with Kinzo's body. I mean, yeah, somebody, I don't know what they did to keep it hidden the rest of the year. Maybe they dug it up again or something, or like buried it and dug it up again. But then somebody throws it into the incinerator every time. Or not the incinerator, the boiler. Which works as an incinerator. But that must be to hide the decomposition. Because, yeah, he'd definitely be super decomposed at that point.
私は新しき当主の命令には逆らえぬ。そして幽霊もまた聖者の命令には逆らえぬしな。この部屋から出るなというのであればそれに従おう。
ありがとうございます。
わらわは嫌だぞ。力を貸せと願われても願いごときでは聞いてやれぬ。
ええ、あなたは古文錬金術師ですから貸せと願いません。貸しなさいと命じます。あなたの魔法だけが頼りです。その力でもう一度だけお父様の幻想を。
Once again, I'm just thinking Natsuhi is talking to imaginary Beatrice, who she knows is not there. He's just like creating this conversation. He's like, oh yeah, use your magic. Natsuhi, please.
ならばよし。心得たぞ。そなたの貫禄、なかなかに心地よし。
From the shadows of the study, Battler watched the exchange between these three.
なるほどな。そして今年の親族会議を迎えるわけだ。じいさまは不機嫌だからと書斎に閉じこもり、誰の前にも姿を現さない。
Natsuhi spoke boldly about how she would somehow overcome this year's crisis and protect the Ushiromiya family's honor until the end, while Kinzo praised her, saying that her plan looked promising. Oh, and I just thought of this. I don't know if I mentioned this before, but when Kinzo told her that he was proud of her, yeah, that that was also just in her head. Yeah, sad indeed. Hmm. Yeah, I think I sort of went into this. Like, what was Kinzo like before he died? Was he nice at all? Did he care for Natsuhi? But I sort of wondered now if he didn't care for Natsuhi, and Natsuhi is just like living in her own little illusion of what makes her happy. Because she was sort of like forcefully married into this family, and like maybe she just imagined Kinzo being nice to her or thinking highly of her as an escape. Well, I mean, at least from what we've seen so far, Kraus did seem to care for her at least at the beginning, but yeah, now their relationship is a bit not so good, it seems. Natsuhi's living in her daydreams. Byato also praised her, saying that Natsuhi's dignified confidence was even more well-suited for the headship than Kraus's. However, right now, the true number of people in this room was... The moment I thought that, no, just because I thought it, Byato grabbed at her chest and moaned.
安心しろ。ここはゲーム版のまだ外だ。だから俺はそこにいるお前やじいさまを否定はしない。
Oh. You know, I wonder if Battler sort of 180ing, well, not quite, but I wonder if Battler taking his time is because he doesn't really want to actually find the killer. Well, I mean, he does, but maybe he's a little averse to actually finding out. Because if Beatrice never existed, that means he's got to find the killer. And it's got to be somebody that's part of the family, or the servants or something. I don't know, maybe like a subconscious resistance. But yeah, Ange Borger crying in the corner. Ange died for this. Oof. I put my hand on Beato's as she tried to hold back the pain deep inside her chest. I've already told Bernkastel. The 2-day period of the 1986 family conference is all I need to deny the illusion of the witch.
お前は前回、全ゲームの開始時にじいさまが死んでることを赤で宣言した。しかし、ゲーム開始以前のじいさまの生死については 言及していない。
Hmm? Dead at the start time for all games. Never mentioned whether grandfather was alive or dead before the start time for the game.
つまり、今この場にじいさまが存在していても、何の矛盾もないってわけだ。
Okay, Battler. Ugh. That felt weird. My hand touching her let off a faint blue light, which seeped into her chest. That light tenderly wrapped itself around the splinters in Beato's chest.
そして、この場にいるベアトリーチェの存在だって否定することはできない。ゲーム版の外、すなわち1986年10月4日以前の島の人数については赤で宣言されていないんだ。
Okay.
だからここにベアトリーチェが存在しても何もおかしいことはない。
Oh? Her eyes aren't blank anymore? Beato's expression softened slightly. My light blue slowly began to melt the red splinters that denied the illusion of the witch. Oh, her eyes are blank again. Beato still wore the same sad expression, but she lifted her face and looked at me straight in the eye. Though she was silent, her eyes told me that her pain had subsided. The feelings that showed in her eyes were gratitude for taking the pain away, and appreciation, or was it surprise, for leaving even a tiny bit of leeway for witches to exist. Unable to look directly at those pure eyes of hers, I reflexively averted my gaze.
誤解すんなよ。魔女の存在を認めたり、あるいは屈したつもりもねえ。俺はお前とのゲームに勝つために、その部分だけに徹して、ストイックに戦いたいってわけだぜ。
Uh-huh.
ゲーム版の外でまで嫌がらせをするほど趣味は悪くねえからな。
Beato hung her head. I was still facing away from her. However, we waited wordlessly for a while, my hand still on hers. By now, no one would believe that this sad-eyed woman was the same person as that prideful Beato. So I asked once more. Even though I said it aloud, it wasn't a question for her, or to her. I was asking myself.
お前は一体何を考えていたんだ。そうさ。俺はラムダデルタのゲームを通じてでもお前を探さなくちゃならない。お前が何を考え、何をしようとしていたのかをな。
Very soon, this game will also reach October 4th, 1986. The fifth game will finally begin. And this time, I'll reach the end. The end of that journey.
殺人がとかトリックがとかそういう上辺だけじゃない。お前が黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェが何を考え何のためにそうしたのか、何を望んでいたのか、それを たどる。
That's right. I already know how I can reach the end of that journey. It's been made clear to me since the very beginning.
今こそチェス盤をひっくり返そう。この物語を俺側からじゃなく、お前側からの目線で物語を紐解く。
It's time to spin!
そして今度こそお前を理解しよう。そしてお前の心臓にたどり着く。痛みなんか感じさせない。安心しろ。あの魔女どものおもちゃになどもうこれ以上させないからな。
Spin sad version. Byato looked up at me again, gave a small nod. That's right. The position of Game Master might have been snatched up by Lambda Delta. However, as long as I continue this contest with the intent of fighting against Byato, our fight will continue no matter who controls the game board. Very soon, the curtain will rise on our game.
今年の親族会議でも親方様の秘密を隠さねばならん。
はい、心得ております。
同じ手がもう一度通じるか疑問だな。
奥様も同じご懸念を持たれている。そのため今年は書斎から一切お出にならない方向で行くことになった。
つまりずっと書斎にこもられていることにするというわけですか。
うん。そして書斎に入ることが許されているのは我ら三人、片翼の翼を許された使用人だけだ。
ということは僕たち3人で親方様の嘘を突き通さなくちゃならないわけか。
そうだ。親族の方々は親方様の具合や機嫌などを問い詰めてくるだろう。よどみなく答え、不審に思われることがなきよう注意するように。
はい、心得ました。
姉さんはすぐドジるからな。むしろ当日は風邪か何か理由をつけて欠席した方がいいんじゃない？
Wow, Canon. Lack of faith.
そんなひどい。
Canon wasn't just making fun of her. He only wanted to release Shannon from the burden of working on the most serious of days. That's fair.
源氏様、シャノンがシフトに入る必要はないのでは？僕たちだけで十分やれます。
それはできん。奥様から我ら三人は必ずシフトに入るようにとの厳命だ。
はい、やり遂げる覚悟です。
ドジらないでよ。
どじりません。
Canon grew sullen, and Canon shrugged. Then Genji told them that they weren't taking this seriously enough.
シャノン、カノン、すでにお仕えする親方様はお亡くなりになっている。しかし、本当の意味でお亡くなりになるまで我らの奉仕は続く。あの書斎は無人ではない。今なお親方様がおられ、日々の研究に勤しまれているのだ。 それを深く心得よ。
はい源氏様。
お父様がすでに亡くなっている。
Nani? So now that the servants, or so since the servants are in on knowing that Inzo's dead, darn it, this. Where did I put that? Where did I put that? Ah, there we go. Yeah, this reminds me of an old meme that makes so much more sense now. You remember what that is? Oh yeah, we're bringing it back. Genji in a dress. Yeah. What if it actually was Genji in a dress?
そんなバカな。
That's insane.
まあまあ例えの話や。武田信玄はその死を3年の間秘密にするよう遺言したっちゅう有名な故事があるやろ。知らんか？
Oh? Hideyoshi the history buff?
そんな話もあったかしら。日本史はよくわかんないわ。
当時武田は織田や徳川との戦の真っ最中だった。そこで信玄が死んだなんて話になったら戦況に悪影響が出るやろ。そやから自分の死を3年隠すように遺言したんや。秀吉かてそうやで。主君織田信長の死を敵方に知られんように徹底的に情報規制を行い、素早く毛利と和解して中国大返しを行い明智を撃ったんやないか。一方の柴田勝家はそこで失敗したんや。敵の上杉に信長の死を知られ思わぬ反撃を受けて足止めを食らい、その後の秀吉との後継者争いで大きく遅れを取ることになったんや。
Hideyoshi, who had a strong fascination with the commanders of the Sengoku period, would always show off his knowledge when he got the chance. Wincing slightly, Ava made him get back to his point.
早い話が、わしは去年の親族会議からずっと違和感を持っとったんや。
What if Hideyoshi is a weeb? Yes, I know what I've just said.
あれは私やルドルフが遺産の話をしてたのを廊下のお父様に聞かれてしまって、それで。
そこや。夏井さんや使用人たちはどこそこにお父さんがいた、不機嫌そうだったと口を揃えたが、わしら親族は誰一人お父さんを見てないんやで。
もしあなたの想像が本当ならどういうこと？兄さんが遺産の独り占めを狙ってるということ？
もちろん死んだことを隠すなんてかなり危険なことや。 果たして遺産を独り占めするためだけにそれだけのことをクラウスさんがやってのけるのか、わしも確信は持てん。だが可能性はある。
確かに兄さんは昔から強欲よ。兄弟全員でと受け取ったものを着服するなんてよくあることだったわ。
Yeah. Yeah, he sort of did do that, didn't he? I mean, he borrowed against the Ushiromiya family assets, so... Yeah. Refraction Railway 2 is gonna be great. Yeah. I don't know, I just refuse to go back to Limbus Company. It's too much to grind for me. But like I said, I am gonna miss Refraction Railways. Those were neat. I'll probably watch somebody play Refraction Railways. Like maybe I'll watch Guardian Z play Limbus for those. I'm sure he will play those. Yeah. Every time I think of Limbus Company, it makes me sad that it's a games as a service game.
クラウスさんはわしら兄弟の中では一番裕福なはずや。そんなクラウスさんがお父さんの死を隠すなんて危険を冒してまで遺産の独り占めを目論むとは。
Oh, they're gonna keep it open till Fraction Railway 3? Okay. Yeah, the last one closed within... Was it a month? Like 2 months? I don't know, but I guess, yeah, it's been a while since the last Refraction Railway. 1 month? Yeah, okay.
わしにはちょいと信じられんのだがな。だがそう疑いたくなるくらい去年の親族会議はおかしかったんやで。
Ava and the others were painfully aware of how reckless it would be to try and seek Kinzo when he was in a bad mood. So during last year's family conference, once they had heard about Kinzo getting into a terrible mood, they never made an attempt to contact him. That was why, to this very day, they hadn't found it suspicious that Kinzo had never appeared. Good on Hideyoshi to notice this, not so good on Natsuhi. Yeah. Yeah, I feel bad for Natsuhi and Jessica, but I mean, Kraus deserves to get dumpstered. Kraus, why are you so stupid? But man, maybe if they actually had a decent relationship as a family, none of this might ever have happened. Imagine that. Oh my.
確かに疑ってみる価値はあるよね。でも本当に兄さんがお父様の死を隠すなんて大それたことをするかしら。
By the way, I'm not just talking about like Kraus and Natsuhi and Jessica. I'm talking like all of the Ushiromiyas. Like you only got one family. Well, I guess you have two families, technically. One on either side, but I mean, yeah, can't replace family.
傲慢なくせにおかしなところで小心な人よ。そんな一世一代の大博打を本当にするかしら。
We saw in episode 3, at least Ava hates Kraus. Yeah. Rosa kind of resents all three. Yep. Yeah. And I mean, Kinzo was crazy, so the upbringing really did not help. And somebody just needs to sit all of these people down for therapy. Get the entire Ushiromiya family. Get a few therapists, they've got money, and just do not leave or let them leave the room, make them talk it out. There's so much wrong with them. Like, everybody hates each other. Well, the kids are okay, they don't really hate each other. They want everybody to get along. At least as far as we've seen. But Rosa and... Well, I guess all of the kids' relationships with their parents, except for maybe somewhat George, like, they aren't very good relationships. But even George is getting pressured with, like, finding a wife. And then, yeah, we already know about the adults' relationships with each other. And Kinzo, it's like, I don't know what he was thinking when he brought them up. George's ton of pressure and projection from Ava. Yeah. I mean, it doesn't seem too bad so far, except for finding a good wife. But yeah, I guess, well, he was made to learn martial arts from Ava. I imagine that wouldn't be very easy. I could see that sort of taking root in other places in his life. And Ava doesn't really seem like the kind of person to just leave it at that. I could see her making George be successful. You better get good grades or else, and have to learn the family business, that kind of thing. Hideyoshi seems decent to George. Like, he seems more friendly. But he lets himself be controlled by Ava, so probably not much help there. Yeah, but at least there's Hideyoshi. Hideyoshi seems like a pretty good guy, but he's being driven to a bit of an extreme from that one mistake in his business, which is a shame. Trusted the shareholders too much or something like that. George mentions he has a ton of respect for Hideyoshi. Yeah. I mean, I think Hideyoshi, from what we've seen so far, is probably like the best adult. He seems responsible. He's a fun guy to be around. He has a strict side, but it's not overly strict. It's just that one thing where he's being pressured to get money so that he doesn't lose his business to other shareholders. Shannon says George is always so happy and excited to talk about his father. He's good cop to Ava's bad cop. Yeah, yeah. Hideyoshi's a pretty cool dude most of the time. You know, and with that, I think I would make Hideyoshi my favorite adult at this moment. We'll see if we can keep that up until the end. Or if he has his own secrets. Oh boy.
いずれにせよ今年の会議ではきっちりお父さんのご尊願を拝謁した方がええやろな。
非常に良くない噂さ。
From what we see of Anne, she at least loved both her parents. She was only 6 though. I mean, I'm still not sure on the whole thing with Asumu and Rudolph. Like, it seems like Rudolph. Or wait, I forget what made me think Rudolph might have been cheating on Asumu. Oh, right. Because Battler is not Asumu's son. Yeah, that's right. Bring that to Ava, yeah. I mean, Rudolph and Kyrie could have been good parents to Ange. I don't know. But they've got a whole lot other stuff wrong with them. Like, we haven't really gone too far into the shady business stuff, but there's the affair stuff. And like I said, it is implied that there's been some shady business stuff. They don't seem like the best parents overall. But at least to Ange they were, I guess. Here's your controversial opinion. Hideyoshi's a good person. Yeah. I mean, that's what I said. I think he's a pretty good person. He is my favorite at this point in time, my favorite adult. Because he just seems like a pretty good guy that is just unfortunately in a bad position.
どうやら兄貴の事業は俺たちの想像を超えて手ひどく失敗してるらしい。相当の損失を抱えてて表向きを取り繕うだけで精一杯らしい。
つまりクラウスさんからお金を借りるのはとても難しいことというわけね。
ああ、泣けてくる。
クラウスさんにとって経済的に困窮していることはある種の弱みにはならないの？
Would you like to know Hideyoshi is implied to have known and helped Ava kill the other family members on episode 3? Rudolph and Kyrie himself, maybe? Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Yeah, okay. There's the dark side. There's the dark side. But I mean, at least before this though, we don't know of really anything that stains his character. It's just that, like I said, he's been pushed into a really bad position, possibly losing his business if he doesn't get enough money. And I mean, that could be enough to break a man. But I still like Hideyoshi, so far. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see.
弱みそりゃ投資家は超えてるから投資家なんだぜ。 実は金欠だなんてことになったら誰も見向きもしね
信用第一の世界なのね。
Kyrie smiled thinly. Rudolph was taken aback by that smile. He'd figured that his plan, which involved raising money to get him out of his current mess by borrowing from the affluent Kraus, would all come to nothing now that they knew Kraus himself was in financial trouble.
クラウスさんの信用はクラウスさんのこれからのお仕事に必要だろうけれど、私たちのこれからには必要ないわ。
Ooh. Ooh, that's cold, Kyrie. But I expected no less.
兄貴をゆするってのか。
私だったら嫌よ。血のつながった兄弟を貶めるなんて。
Yeah, that doesn't mean a whole lot coming from you. Rudolph felt a shiver go up his spine at Kyrie's cold smile. At times, Kyrie was able to throw away all compassion and think in an extremely ruthless manner. Yeah, she's not saying no. Whenever he saw that, Rudolph knew he'd never like to have her as his enemy.
他に金策があるなら、お兄さんを脅迫なんてしたくないものだわ。
あったら悩んだりしね
選択の余地のない問題で悩むのは人生の無駄だと思わない？
Rudolph stopped talking, folded his arms, and lowered his gaze. He still felt some of the terror he'd experienced thanks to Kraus's violence when they were young. I'm sorry, I just had to do it. And now that same Kraus was the one he needed to threaten. Rudolph would also be fighting against his childhood trauma. So to give her husband a little push, Kyrie smiled reassuringly, and perhaps coldly.
つくづく信用で仕事をしたくないものだわ。
You mentioned yesterday you completely fell asleep. Took not even 5 minutes. I wondered. I was surprised that didn't wake you up. Because I don't know if you went back and watched the VOD or anything, but whenever I died in Summum Eterna, it just blasted the music at me. Because whenever it takes you to that screen where it's like, hey, buy the full game, or check out the full game on Steam, it completely disables any changes you've made to the music. And it just blares the music, and I was like, hey, you wait, yeah. Yeah. Still dead. Dang, you must have been tired. Oh my.
信用ほど積み上げるのに苦労して失う時が一瞬なんて割の合わない投資はない。
そうだな。世の中100の信用より1枚の診察だ。
Oh, there is this funny thing sometimes. I don't know why this just made me think of it. But when I sleep, like sometimes in the morning before mom goes to work, she'll like come in and say something to me, and apparently like I reply back like I actually know what she's talking about, and then I go back to bed and I wake up and I forget entirely anything that happened. And I think sometimes I give like decently complex answers whenever I'm asked something and I'm half asleep, but I have no idea what I said afterwards.
クラウスさんが大きな損失を出していると言っても
Yeah, so I say.
私たちの急場をしのぐためのお金くらいは十分用意できるはず。もちろんクラウスさんのこれまでの信用を換金してお金を作ってもらうことになるけれど、
こいつはやばい話になるな。
十分な備えが必要よ。私たちには時間も失敗も許されてない。そうだったわね。私の京都の友人たちにそういうのを洗うのが上手な人たちがいるわ。あまり世話になりたくない連中なんだけど、一度会ってもらってもいい？
Uh-oh.
領収書は切れないけど、きっと投資に見合うだけのものを調べ上げてくれるわ。
This sounds pretty sus. Some friends who have a tea room? Would that work though? Like, would she actually be able to hire them? Yeah, no, because Asmi hates Kyria. Yeah. What I was thinking. So who did she hire? It's probably mutual, yeah. It sounds like it. Yeah. That part about Kyrie saying, whatever that was about blood-related, or taking down blood-related siblings. Yeah. Kyrie probably has connected more time as a Sumidera heir. Yeah.
マリアも元気よ。そちらは大きなお世話よ。ありがとう。え？さあ、スケジュールを見てみないとわからないけど。
What the Rosa doing? Oh, Rosa was talking to Rudolph over the phone. Rosa rarely received calls from her older siblings, so she braced herself for something serious.
実はな、次の親族会議についてちょいと兄貴抜きで意見を調整したいんだ。
エヴァ姉さんとルドルフ兄さんと私の3人で頭痛の増えそうな話ね。
電話じゃ詳しくは話せない。だが、お前にとって聞く価値のある話のはずだ。
それはいい話？
もちろん。姉貴は乗り気だぜ。
姉さんが？
ローザには賛同してほしいだけだ。金を出せとかそういう話じゃない。俺たち3人が全員結束してることがまず大事なんだ。わかるな。
Why did Rosa need money again? Like, I can't remember. I mean, she seems to be doing fine here. And yeah, I can't remember. Exact details. I mean, I know all of them needed money, but I can't for the life of me remember why Rosa needs money. Ava and Hideyoshi need money because they're losing their business if they can't buy enough stock. Rudolph and Kyrie need money because they're getting sued for copyright or something. I don't remember Rosa having any business troubles. I thought she was well enough off. Oh, she co-signed a loan. Okay, thank you for that. And hey there, small blue gem. Co-sign of a loan for boyfriend. Huh. Is this the same guy that we saw Rosa with in a hotel room? Is that a different guy? I mean, I don't think it told us directly. I'm just wondering. Probably not that guy? Okay. 'Cause, I mean, that guy did sort of seem to care about, like, both Rosa and Maria, but... Well, he was also... Wasn't he going to get back with his wife or something? Yeah. Yeah, that was not a great guy either. He was married. Maria's dad ran away. Oh, is this a loan from the father? Maria's father. Oh yeah, did he like write her in as co-signee or something? Was this voluntary or was this sort of forced on her? Yeah. Rosa let out a sigh. She did so because in the past, when Rudolph and Ava got into a fight with Kraus, they always used to talk to her like this right before dragging her into it. Not sure if it's mentioned. Okay.
先に教えて。その話は私も得をする話よね。
ああ、俺たち3人で2億ずつせしめる。うまくいけばそれ以上も引っ張れるかもしれない。お前の借金、それでチャラだろ。
Oh yeah, and here he says about debt.
それはいつまでにせしめられるの？
もちろん年度内だ。俺も助かる。姉貴も助かる。そしてローザも助かるってわけだ。三方丸く収まる。
姉さんが話に乗るくらいには勝算があるのね。
話を聞く気になったか。ちょいと急だが、次の日曜日の19時に銀座のお前のお気に入りの喫茶店で会おう。俺と姉貴の予定がそこでしか合わねえ。問題ないか
？2億捻出できる話なら聞かないわけにはいかないわ。では次の日曜日の午後7時にレオポルドで。
マリアちゃんによろしくね。連れてきてもいいんだぜ。
あの子の前でお金の話はやめて。
She set the receiver down with a clunk, a little violently. Apparently, either Ava or Rudolph had gotten a hold of one of Krause's weak points. They would probably threaten him with that at the next family conference and force him to pay up. Even before hearing the details, he knew full well that it would be nothing good. But even so, this might be her once-in-a-lifetime chance to pay back her large debts. Rosa took a notebook out of her handbag, started to mark the day she'd be meeting with Rudolph and Ava. Then she frowned and smacked herself hard in the forehead, because written there was DZL with Maria, something she had planned to do with her daughter. Maria was in her room, playing around excitedly with Sakutaro and the others. That was because she was going to go to that recently built amusement park, Delsnyland. Ah yes, Delsnyland. My favorite park. following Sunday. Looking at the clock, Rosa saw that it was just past 9 o'clock at night. Maria was breaking the lights out rule. After covering her face and agonizing for a while, Rosa stood up and stomped over to Maria's room. The room would probably be a mess as well. At least tonight, that was convenient. As she stood outside the door to Maria's room, listening to the happy laughter seeping through, Rosa's face twisted in anguish once again, and she looked at the floor. Rosa, you're a good and noble little sister. You wouldn't even touch a dangerous money game. However, your soft-hearted nature was your ruin, wasn't it? I wouldn't think one should agree to become a cosigner so lightly. I think that's all that's been said. Okay. Yeah. So Rosa's using Maria's breaking the rules as a chance to cancel that amusement park visit, I guess. Pain. And I mean, she does seem torn up about it, but I still can't bring myself to like Rosa at all. Yeah, good excuse for not going to DNL next week. Disneyland. I just find that amusing. Then, when she raised her head again, her brow was furrowed, and her face had become an ugly expression of anger. Ah! Flashbang. The weather wasn't that great. According to the weekend forecast, a certain tropical cyclone would likely grow into a large typhoon. If unhappy premonitions tend to be right, this year's family conference will probably take place in absolutely horrible weather. No, I wish a typhoon large enough to stop all boat travel would seal Rockinjima away forever. If that happened, I'd be able to hide Kinzo's death as long as I wanted. Well, she got her wish. Sort of.
台風が彼らを永遠に遠ざけてくれればいいのに。
The monkey's paw curls. Natsui let out a deep sigh. Just doing that made her headache throb. As the day of the family conference approached, the intensity of her headache just kept on increasing. At that time, the phone rang. Natsui turned off the TV and picked up the receiver.
はい。
お休みのところ申し訳ございません。源氏でございます。
何事ですか？
奥様に外線からお電話でございます。ですが、名前をお名乗りになられません。
名乗らない？
はい。先方は話せばわかるとは申しておりますが、いかがしますか？いたずらかもしれません。
どんな相手です？
おそらく若い男性ではないかと。お心当たりはございませんか？
若い男性。
Natsui didn't have a clue who that might be. In the first place, there was no one amongst her acquaintances who would do something as rude as refusing to state their name. And on top of that, a young man? As a wife, she must avoid any contact that might be considered suspicious with anyone other than her husband, much less a young man. Random question, have I played Catherine? I have not played it, but I've watched some of it, and I think I like read the general story on the wiki, although it's been a while, so I don't remember a ton. I mean, I remember it was something about a guy cheating on his girlfriend with another girl that had like the same name, or possibly multiple, I forget. Oh, someone's saying that this scene is something that reminds them a lot of Catherine. Interesting. As soon as she thought this, the phone call suddenly seemed like something dirty. But despite that, she also wanted to know what they wanted to tell her. Could it be some kind of trouble related to Krause's business? What if there was some particular reason they needed to talk to Krause's wife instead of Krause directly? No matter what it is, it's my duty as a wife to listen and report to Krause. If it's some bizarre threat, I just have to firmly refuse and inform Krause that I received such a phone call. If it's something offensive, I just have to tell Genji to never send me anonymous calls again. As Natsui thought this, just as Genji was suggesting that he hang up on the man as though that's what she'd naturally choose, he told him to connect her to this person. He then set the receiver down. After a short while, the phone rang again.
もしもし。
This wasn't the internal line. It was the external phone line, which Genji had redirected to her. So it should already have been connected directly with the mysterious man. However, the person on the other end didn't respond. Not liking this at all, Natsui spoke one more time, sounding displeased.
もしもし。誰ですか。名を名乗りなさい。
She heard something that sounded like a sigh. I don't like this music. She gulped reflexively. After remaining silent for a little longer, the man finally answered.
久しぶりだな。
That was the first time the man had spoken.
どれくらいぶりになるんだ。一体何年ぶりかな。
何の話です。あなたは誰ですか。
The voice certainly did sound like a young man's, but it's hard to learn much about someone just by their voice over the phone. It sounded like a young man, but it might actually be a middle school-aged boy, or a man in his prime who still had a youngish voice. No, wait. It might be too soon to be sure that this is even a male. However, one thing was certain. Natsui could think of no one who would speak to her in an overly familiar manner like this.
俺が誰かを名乗るのは簡単さ。だが、それでは俺があまりに悲しい。
Okay, you're being very creepy, my dude.
何を言っているのか分かりかねます。あなたは誰ですか。そして私に何の用ですか。それが言えないなら興味はありません。切りますよ。
俺の望みはあんたに思い出してもらうことだ。
何を思い出せというのですか。あなたなど知りませんし、思い出すような心当たりもありません。
そんなこと言うなよ。俺はあんたの子供じゃないか。
Nani? Wait a minute. You know, that sounds a lot like Battler. That can't be right. That seems a little too far out there, but I mean, maybe it's just like the same voice actor? But they wouldn't do that, would they? Hmm. But Battler was so surprised when he heard that he wasn't Asumu's child. Hmm. And the original had no VAs? Yeah, some, I don't know, maybe that, I don't know. It all depends on the meta part of this. Like, do they not mind using the same VA to do somebody that probably only has a few lines? Or is the voice actor actually directly pointing towards who it is? Hmm.
何ですって。あなたは何を言っているんです。
そんな悲しいことを言うなよ。母さん。
That unsettling word thrust itself mercilessly into the depths of Natsui's heart and started churning it about. In her entire life, Natsui had never been told something so unsettling. In her bewilderment, Natsui felt her heart beat so loudly that it felt like it would explode.
あなたに母と呼ばれる覚えはありません。何のつもりか知りませんが、もう切りますよ。
俺は復讐するために帰ってきたんだ。あんたの19年前の
19 years ago. But also, that sounded even more like Battler. How old is Battler? If he's like, if he's 18 and then plus pregnancy, that could be 19 years. Yeah, pretty sure he's 18. Okay. But then, I don't know. Like I said, he was still surprised when he was told he wasn't Asumu's son. And also, yeah, that just makes, like, I don't know. What is Battler guilty of 6 years ago, then? But also, we've been going at this with the assumption that Battler is not the killer. Although, I guess he wouldn't have to be the killer if he's only upset at Natsui. Both he and Jessica are 18 and George is like 20? Okay. Anyway, the plot thickens. Natsui's mind went blank. And from beyond the wind howling outside the window, she most certainly heard the roar of the sea from that day.
あんた 本当はもう思い出してるんだろ。
何の話かわからないと言っています。もう二度とかけないでください。
She could just be flustered, but why is she so flustered? I mean, this would be a surprise. Just be called and told about all this. But he sounds a little too flustered. Like there actually might be some truth to this. Was she unfaithful to Kraus? Oh. I see why this might be similar to Catherine. I see.
あんたを呪うためにあえてそれでもいやだからこそもうすぐ親族会議じゃないか。
Still call you mother despite that. Or because of that. Could Natsui be Asumu? Maybe Asumu didn't die, maybe that was just to cover up. I don't know, I don't know, maybe I'm reaching a bit too far. Yeah, because Asumu was around for a while before dying, right? Yeah. And I doubt Natsui could be gone from Kraus that long. He died like 6 years ago. Oh yeah, and Ballard, yeah, that's right. Ballard would be able to remember that. What is going on?
俺も母さんの子供だからね。会議の日に帰るよ。
I'm on the day of the conference, so
19年ぶりにね。
So I think this is supposed to be Battler. It almost has to be. The gears are turning. Something still doesn't add up.
あんたに復讐するために。
Maybe too focused on the VA? Maybe? Maybe. But I don't think there's anyone outside of the Ushiromiya family on the island that day. I mean, it could be a lie that he's gonna be there the day of. But I don't think anybody else would sound like that. or I mean, could sound the same as Battler, and be there on that same day. I don't know. Breathing so hard, her shoulders heaved. Natsui slammed the receiver down and hung up. Then she hit the phone violently, knocking the receiver off, so that no more calls would come through it. I can hear the roar of the sea. That voice I hear from beyond the howling wind is certainly... Even if I cover my ears, the headache won't... Completely pale, Natsui kept shivering as though cold. Natsui would recognize Battler's voice when he came, I think. Phone call rattled. I mean... maybe she would think that it's somebody else because... like, just because it sounds like Battler doesn't mean it would have to be Battler. If we assume it could just be some random guy. And, I mean, Battler's been part of the Ushiromiya family for a long time, so... maybe that would lessen suspicion on him. I mean, she's known him for 18 years, I guess, and like, oh, surely it couldn't be Battler. I don't know. Anywhere you want me to be.
じゃあ台所の床下収納に入ってて。ぬかみその壺の中でもいいわ。
Jar of rice bran paste? Why? Why? Looking at a VA list is indeed the same VA. Okay.
私を味噌につけてかじってくれるの？でもそれなら蜂蜜につけてほしいものだわ。お返しにベルンは砂糖水で煮込んであげる。
Anyway.
せめて砂糖醤油とみりんにして。それで何？副賞要求でも気取っちゃう？
They have a very strange relationship.
そうよ。この夏日の電話のやりとりは事実？
Lambda Delta grinned unpleasantly, as though sizing Bernkastel up. He was probably trying to tease Bern for making that demand.
副賞拒否。さーてね。拒否か応じるかどうしようかな。それを決めるのはゲームマスターの私の自由だし、その判断をいつするかさえ自由。青字宣言でない限り、あんたに答える義務はないしね。
That's true. This could be an imagined phone call or something. Yeah. So in that way, maybe the voice actor is a red herring.
そういうこと。今はせいぜい夏日の19年前に一体どんな秘密が？とワクワクテカテカしてなさい。
Of course, this fishy telephone call happened before October 4th, 1986. This is still before the start of the game, so there's basically no need to question whether it's true or false.
ゲームマスターのあんたがわざわざ見せた以上、何かの布石だと思っとくわ。
Well, I mean, there is the question of whether it's true or false because we've seen that there can be other false things before games. Beatrice doesn't actually exist. Inzo is not there, but they're shown anyway. So it is completely possible that this is fake. I don't know. I don't know.
騙しかもしれないけれど、一応あんたのこの察しては記憶に留めておく。
このカードを伏せたまま場に出すってやつね。まあいいか。何？
ダイレクトアタック。
After suddenly being conked on the head, Lambda Delta was bewildered. But perhaps this incomprehensible exchange was funny to her, because she quickly went back to giggling.
これであんたのゲーム版の準備は十分？
Violence, yes.
I like violence. そうよ。それじゃあいよいよゲームを進めるわよ。
I should turn that up. There we go.
1986年10月4日にね。
何度目の1986年10月4日かしらね。無限の魔女か。ベアトリーチェ、やはり恐ろしい子だわ。
ベルン側は何か行動ある？
ないわよ。あんたが復唱要求に応えないならそれで終わり。
ターンエンドね。スタート。クリーンアップ。ドロー。
We're playing Magic the Gathering?
さあ来たれ。1986年10月4日。
The first day, October 4th, 1986.
やっぱりこのバラ庭園は圧巻だぜ。6年前よりさらにすごくなってやがる。こんなのが似合うなんて羨ましいぜ。
んなことはねえぜ。私にとっちゃ船着き場まで遠くて邪魔なだけなんだけどな。
それは贅沢な悩みだね。
毎朝バラと挨拶してから投稿。素敵素敵。こんなにいっぱいのバラみんなと挨拶してたら遅刻しちゃうね。
演者は残念だな。お腹壊しやすいんだって。
らしいな。腸が弱いんだろうよ。しょっちゅう下痢してるぜ。
That doesn't sound good.
おお、レディーにそういうの言うのいけない。
Also, yeah. My...
それはすまねえ。そうだよな。 女の子のお尻からはマシュマロが出るんだもんな。
Battler, please.
エンジは体調が悪くてマシュマロが水飴になっちまったわけだ。
Battler.
それはさすがに。
下品が過ぎるね。
Yeah, yeah, that's over the line. George and Jessica slammed a knee and a fist right into either side of Battler's gut. Yeah, he deserved that. Whack. Smack thud. The smack thud was probably the sound made when his knees hit the ground as he fell over. Normally, Battler possessed the good sense you'd expect of an 18-year-old man. However, it seemed that this reunion had brought him back to the mental age he'd been 6 years ago. And bit by bit, Jessica and George realized that they were also returning to the way they'd been back then. Natsuhi gazed at this charming chat through an open window in the hall.
奥様、旦那様がお探しです。
もう少ししたら行きます。まだお昼にもなっていないのに疲れました。
Wonder if she's thinking about that phone call. Just a few moments ago, the sparks had already started flying between them and Ava's group. Oh, or it could be that. The others had pounded on Kraus and Natsui over and over to get Kinzo out of his study. Apparently, they hadn't been fully tricked at last year's family conference after all.
お父様は問題ありませんね。
はい、お任せを。シャノンとカノンも今日の段取りを十分に心得ております。
熊沢は嘘をつくのが上手なようですから心配しませんが、南條先生が少し心配です。隠し事が苦手そうでおられますから。
お任せを。可能な限り私が南條先生のお近くで補佐するつもりです。
あなたがいてくれるなら頼もしいですね。本当に助かります。現地の力なくして成し得ないことです。
恐縮でございます。
I think if we go back to episodes 1 to 4, Nanjo's grilled by the relatives several times about Kinzo and his health. Answers are always extremely awkward. Yeah, I guess they are, yeah. I mean, I didn't really notice too much, but... Well, I mean, it's a little awkward, yeah. He's rescued by from the conversation by Natsui several times. Ah, okay, I didn't remember that part. Wow.
安心せよ。書斎の密室結界は完璧だ。結界を破らぬ限り、誰にも金蔵の秘密を暴くことなどできん。
Something you note on rewatches? Yeah. Neat.
ええ、分かっています。しかしあなたも先ほどの客間でのやりとりを聞いていたでしょ？
うん。やはり去年の時点で相当の不信感を持たれていたのであろうな。凄まじき毒素を溜め込み振りまいておるわ。
Meta Natsui.
やはり今年が正念場になりそうですね。
今年を何とか乗り越えることはできようが、仏の顔もなんとやらだ。さすがに来年は無理と心得た方がよかろうな。
これほどまでに反魔法の毒素が満ちては、来年の親族会議でもゴールドスミス教の魔法を維持するのは難しいでしょう。
I'm calling him Goldsmith again. I did say Kingdom would last for 3 months, but yeah. He's just really healthy. Surprisingly.
誰ですか、あなたは。
ああ、驚かずともよい。わらわの家具頭を務める男だ。
But does this mean that Ronove isn't real? Makes me sad.
はじめまして、夏日奥様。ロノウェと申します。どうぞお見知りおきを。
Also, this means that Natsui's becoming even more schizo.
頼れる男だ。この男にも密室結界を守ってもらう。
そうですか。後宮夏日です。あなたにも協力をお願いします。
はい、奥様。魔法世界からお手伝いをさせていただきます。どうかお任せを。
ついでだから私も紹介してもらおうかしら。はい、リーチェン。ご無沙汰。
Gop! I thought you were dead. Yeah, look at all these friends Natsui's making. Yeah.
ガープか。そなたまで来てくれるとは心強い。遊びに来ただけのつもりだったんだけどね。手がいるようだったら声をかけて。はじめまして、マダム。挨拶するのは初めてだけど、私はいつだって誰のそばにでもいるわ。
こちらのガープはなかなかのいたずら者。先日奥様が自室にてお召しになろうとして床に落とし見つけられなかった頭痛薬、ガープの仕業でございますよ。
Yes. Natsui, I want you to come right this way into this lovely white padded room. And here, we even got a coat for you.
確かに置いたはずなのに見つけられない小物があったら、こやつのいたずらを疑うがよいぞ。わらわも昔、随分とからかわれたものだ。
そうですか。いずれにせよ、ここは後宮の屋敷です。当家にいる間は当家に従っていただきます。よろしいですね。
もちろんです。心得ております。魔法世界での源氏と思い、どうぞいつでもご用命ください。
Yeah, Genji of the Magic World. Oh. I was thinking that Ronove was like Genji's counterpart. And Kumasawa as Virgilia as a counterpart. Beatrice. Would Beatrice be Natsui's counterpart? Runaway, yeah. Runaway, Genji. Who would Gop be? I guess Gop would just be an excuse for anything you lost. I don't know. Huh. Gap, 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 gap. Hmm. Hmm.
私にも客人の心得はあるつもりよ。家主の顔は潰さないわ。ロノウェもガープも頼れるぞ。しかし魔法の世界と人間の世界は表裏一体。
分かってます。もちろん私も人間の世界から努力します。力を合わせてお父様の秘密を守りましょう。
So, let's see. If we assume that Genji is Ronave, Billy is Kumasawa, Shannon and Cannon should be part of this. Or maybe not. I mean, Cannon is close to Jessica and Shannon is close to George, so maybe they would... Maybe they'd stick to them instead. Anjo... I guess Nanjo's not really with them, but he's not against them either. He tries to sort of wiggle out of responsibility. Like, I don't know. But that would mean that in past games that Kumasawa and Genji would be part of the murderer team. But then it also showed them dying. So what's with that? Hmm.
いつもの展開だな。どうせ翌日にならなきゃ話は進まねえ。
ふん、まあそうね。10月4日は私にとっての準備ターンみたいなものだし、バトラに何もする気がないのなら10月5日までのんびりしててくれていいのよ。
Okay, but where's Erica? I saw I got a Steam card that showed the name of Bern Costel's character, Erica. So she's supposed to be in here at some point, but where does she come in?
6人死んだら呼んであげる。
Of course, that was an incredibly irritating way to put it. The fight won't start until the crime occurs. However, waiting for the crimes to start would mean turning a blind eye toward the murders of the first Twilight. In other words, it would be the same as being content with the fact that 6 people would die.
知ってる？チェスの先手と後手では先手の勝率が2倍とも言われてるのよ。戦術の進歩でだいぶ変わるけどね。後手はドローを狙えれば上々とか言われてるんだっけ？
先手必勝くらい俺も知ってるぜ。ならどうしろってんだ。
そんなだからあんたは無能 本当にいいバトラー。10月4日にだって解くことができる謎は存在するわ。何が解けるかわかる？
まさか。あ、いや、しかし。
まあ見てなさい、無能のバトラー。
I have a general idea what these witches are talking about. I've tried solving it several times myself in the past, but I still haven't found anything resembling an answer. On the contrary, I still can't even understand why that puzzle exists. Is it the epitaph? That's right. The reason it exists. Why did Beato prepare a puzzle like this in the first place? We all discussed it together from time to time in past games. However, I've started to avoid thinking about it, under the assumption that there's no point in trying to solve a riddle that can't be solved. This time, I should change my viewpoint. I shouldn't just focus on the surface level stuff, like the truth of the riddle and how to solve it. What's more important is why that riddle was set up in the first place and displayed for us to see. That's what I should be thinking about. And the one proposing that riddle is Beatrice. Even if I can't solve it, I should be able to try and figure out what Beato was thinking when she showed it to us. Okay, this time I'm spinning the chessboard around. The witches keep calling me incompetent. Let them laugh. They aren't my enemies. I'm continuing our match, Beato. Battler in denial. They aren't my enemies.
とうとう降り始めたようやな。
やれやれ。土砂降りは心の中だけにしたかったもんだぜ。
The people in the parlor noticed the raindrops that were starting to drip down the window. Oh, about not being incompetent? Yeah.
これで親族会議が終わるまで私たちには逃げ場なしってわけね。それは兄さんたちだって同じよ。逃がさないわ、絶対に。こっちのカードは悪くないのよ。兄さんは虚勢を張ってるだけだわ。絶対に屈服させてみせる。
取引っちゅうんはな、相手を任すもんとちゃうで。落としどころを用意しておいて、相手に花を持たせて自らに座らせるもんなんや。
秀吉さんの言う通りだわ。さっきの話もちょっと追い詰めすぎよ、エヴァ姉さん。兄さんにはあれくらいでちょうどいいわよ。
Darn it, Ava.
なんだ、ローザは寝ちまったのか？
朝が早かったとぼやいとったな。ま、昼寝もええんとちゃうか。
下手すりゃ今夜は徹夜だ。今から仮眠も賢いかもな。
Out of consideration for Rosa, who'd fallen asleep on a sofa, the others quietly left the parlor. Unaware of this, Rosa slept. After telling Maria to just stay where she was after that tantrum over not being able to find her rose, Rosa slept, unaware that the rain had started to fall. Don't worry, Rosa. Genji in a dress will save her. Classic Rosa. Yeah. Whoops. I'm being horrible to my child again. Oh, silly Rosa. The rain poured down as though it had been saving up for this moment. Of course, Maria noticed that the rain had started falling and was soaking her to the bone. However, that just made her even more stubborn. Unable to find the poor, slightly unhealthy rose that she herself had marked, she just couldn't stand having that search be interrupted by something like the rain. So the more the rain fell on Maria, the more stubborn she grew. She wandered through the rose beds. And as she did, from behind Maria's back came a patter, patter, the sound of approaching footsteps. Then the footsteps landed in a puddle, making a small splashing sound, and Maria finally heard. However, even the slight distraction of that sound irritated her, and Maria ignored it.
Konnichiwa.
Oh, is this where Eric appears? Maria turned around, bewildered. After all, that voice was one she didn't recognize at all. Not Genji, maybe in a dress though. On this sealed-off Rakenjima, that voice belonged to no person she knew. Huh? Achievement, you are not alone. Something's different this time.
奥様探しました
It's not Genji in a dress. He's over here.
大変でございます
Kraus and Natsui had been privately discussing what should be done next in a deserted corridor on the 3rd floor. Genji had searched everywhere for them.
どうしたのかね。シーツを雨に濡らした程度ではそこまで慌てることでもないと思うがね。
何事です？何か粗相でも？
海難事故で漂流されたと申す方が先ほどお屋敷にいらっしゃられました。
Kraus and Natsui couldn't help but go wide-eyed and stare at each other. This was the first time they'd ever heard of someone coming to this island uninvited.
漂流？それは本当かね。気の毒に来客として丁重に扱いたまえ。今はどうしているのかね。
南條先生が診察しております。まだ診察中ですが、私の見た限りお疲れの様子ではありますが、怪我などをされているようには見えませんでした。
それはよかった。私と夏日は今大切な話をしている。終わったらすぐに見舞いに行こう。その漂流者にはぜひくつろいでほしいと伝えたまえ。
Well, Kraus, you still suck. But I guess at least you're not terrible. Well, not super terrible. You're still pretty terrible. When Genji bowed deeply and started to leave, Natsui called him to a stop. Genji stopped walking, and Natsui jogged up to him.
源氏、その漂流者は男ですか？
いいえ、お嬢様くらいの若い女性でございます。
I mean, could have been like a voice disguise if we're going by the phone call. But yeah, I don't know. Still don't know if the phone call was real. But I mean, she's acting like it was. Hmm.
女性？そうですか。結構です。下がりなさい。
The parlor of the mansion was bustling. The adults gathered, worrying about the health of this sudden guest.
まあ自力でバラテーンまで歩いてこれたなら命に別状はねえだろうな。
転ばぬ先の杖やな。ライフジャケットのおかげやろ。あれがなかったら溺れ死んどったかもわからんで。
どんな子だったの？ジョージやジェシカちゃんより上？下？
ジェシカお姉ちゃんよりは下だった。ライフジャケットと水着だった。ヘトヘトみたいだった。
漂着したのが船着き場のあたりだったなら本当に不幸中の幸いね。
Yeah, no dress. Or a swimsuit. Why a swimsuit? Well, I guess you could say, but a girl? A young girl? Seems odd for back in those days. Not like they're... He's probably not like a fisherman or anything. Or like fisherman's daughter or whatever. Probably wasn't going on a dive or anything, because I doubt back in the 80s that would have been much of a thing. So why a swimsuit?
もし島の反対側だったら大変だったわ。
しかし気の毒ね。この天気じゃきっと船も来られない。明日いっぱいまで彼女もこの島に釘付けかしら。
At that moment, the door clunked open and everyone looked in that direction.
皆様、お茶はいかがですか?
It was Goda and Cannon, with the latter pushing a serving cart laden with a tea set. Goda understood well that doing a little extra at times like this would earn him points. The relatives, hungry for information, crowded around Goda. He ordered Cannon to serve the tea and became the sole object of the relatives' attention.
ゴダさん、どうなんだいその子は。元気そうなのか？
さあ、わかりません。ですが、心配ご無用。南條先生がつきっきりで見ておりますし、熊沢もシャノンも一緒です。どうぞ、ご安心ください。まずは紅茶でおくつろぎになってはいかがですか？さあ、カノンさん。早く配って。
ったく。なんで僕が。
Cannon knew this tea was just Goda's way of earning points, so he lined the cups up with a slightly sullen air.
マリアも手伝う。
大丈夫です。マリア様はそのままでお待ちを。
おお、マリアも配膳やる。
Maria, please.
南條先生にはお会いしてないの？何か言ってなかった？
ええ、先ほどお会いしましたところ、それほどの外傷はないそうで、私もちらりとお見かけしたところでは。
And just as Goda had successfully captured the gazes of all present, and was about to start talking knowledgeably on the subject, Nanjo returned. Of course, Nanjo instantly became the center of attention. Cannon turned his back on Goda, who seemed downhearted.
南條先生、どうなんですか、容体は。大丈夫そうなの？
皆さんご安心を。大丈夫です。怪我は何もありませんでした。だいぶ疲労しているようですが、今夜特に熱を出さなければ何事もないでしょ
う。ならよかったわ。お医者様はいても病院はないものね。
Everyone was relieved to hear that the girl was in good health. When Nanjo gave the more detailed results of his examination, including by saying that she was young and should therefore be fine, everyone who no longer fell under this description nodded in assent. Everyone who no longer fell under this description? Okay. Weird way of saying that.
やっぱり船は怖い。落ちる落ちる。バトラの言う通りだった。
Battler was right. Gasp.
マリアちゃん、それバトラ君には内緒ね。
Yeah, maybe don't tell Battler about this.
ああ、奥様、旦那様。
Goda, who had lost his nerve and was handing out cups, called out in an excessively loud voice. Apparently, he was that desperate to get everyone's attention.
客人の具合はどうだね？
はい。別状はないとのことでございます。
そうですか。それはよかった。今はどちらに？
熊沢さんとシャノンさんがお風呂に案内したはずだ。それから服を見立てると言ってましたな。
ならすぐに来るだろう。諸君、親族会議の日ではあるが、不幸な事故で訪れることとなった来客だ。招いた客人ではないが、どうか歓迎してやってほしい。
意義などあるわけもない。賛成や。
同じくだ。女の子には優しくしろっておふくろも言ってたぜ。
あなたはそれを人生のモットーにしすぎよ。
Oh my.
ジョージたちも呼んだ方がいいわね。全員で挨拶しましょう。
I don't know, this feels a little forced. Like, it's happening because of the scenario. Like, would they really be this happy about about finding somebody who washed up onto the island?
そんな、かえって恐縮させちゃうんじゃない？
Ava stood up and made a phone call to the guest house. At that moment, they heard the sound of a knock, followed by Genji's voice.
源氏でございます。お客様がお越しになられました。
At those words, everyone fell silent, and the people who had been sitting stood up straight. Genji came in first, opening the door slowly, then moved off to the side, bowing deeply and urging the guest forwards. The guest had Shannon and Kumasawa following by her side, and even after seeing the large number of relatives waiting for her in the parlor, she didn't seem overawed in the slightest. The detective is here, yeah. Just this single point showed that this girl possessed a dignity appropriate for a guest invited in by the Ushiromiya family.
フルド様、ご紹介申し上げます。
Frudo-sama. Erika Frudo.
後ろ宮家当主代行、後ろ宮クラウスにございます。
Oh, the song is The Great Detective Knows? Okay.
ようこそ六軒島へ。事故でいらしたとはいえ、あなたは当家の客人だ。歓迎しますよ。どうぞ当家おしばしの間ご自宅と思い、存分にくつろがれてください。
ありがとうございます。自己紹介申し上げます。フルド・エリカと申します。この度は後ろ宮家の皆様をお騒がせしてしまい、誠に申し訳ございません。招かれざる客人であるにもかかわらずの歓迎、心より感謝いたします。
Rudo Erika fell from the pleasure boat Eternal Maid 2, mid-cruise in the waters near Rokkenjima. On October 4th, 1986, she drifted to Rokkenjima, and the Ushiromiya family welcomed her as a guest. She managed to drift to the island unharmed thanks to several miracles, including the fact that she was wearing a life jacket. Oh, wait, what do we have here? Okay. Yeah. And Bernkastel's double and servant. Also a piece who is manifested in the human world. Because she is human, she cannot use magic and the like. However, she can appeal to Bernkastel on a higher level plane to obtain miracles and various authorities she can use. So it would probably be no exaggeration to call her a human capable of wielding the power of a witch. Through Bernkastel, she has been given the detective's authority while on the game board. Not sure where it's mentioned, but Byrne's first name is Frederica? Frederica Bernkastel. Rudo Erika, Frederica. Yeah, it's supposed to be Frederica, isn't it? Oh, there's another page for... I mean, I saw the one here. I read that. And then here's the other one. Oh, you mean next here. Oh, I missed that next, yeah. Therefore, even though she is an outsider to the Ushiromiya family, she possesses the right to demand full attention from everyone when speaking, the right to advance proceedings, the right to investigate the crime scene before the police arrive, and many other special abilities. She gets pleasure from the process of solving riddles, but her greatest joy comes from using that victory to sneer at others. Sounds like a lovely person. This was greeted by an impressed sigh arising equally from all corners of the room. The clothes she had been lent were probably Jessica's formal wear from long ago, but the composure of her introduction didn't shame those clothes in the slightest. Mentioned it seemed forced, kinda is, yeah. The girl's name was Furudo Erika. She looked slightly younger than Battler and Jessica, but her composure and mannerisms were beyond what anyone would have expected from a high schooler. almost as though she was a well-to-do family's daughter. Really can't picture Jessica in these clothes. Same. I mean, the blue hair sort of works with this, but I don't know. I don't know if Jessica's blonde hair would go well with the dress. But also just Jessica's mannerisms. Yeah. I that'd be hard to see.
ちょっと待て。こいつは何者だ？
無能のあんたが主役駒じゃゲームがさっぱり進まないもの。だから私自身を駒として出させてもらった。
So she's supposed to be the main character piece this time, instead of Battler. But does that mean that we can't trust what we see from Battler now? I don't know. Song is so smug. I feel it. Yeah, I feel it.
ちょっとしたエキストラね。いくらクローズドサークルだからっていつも同じ面々ばかりじゃ飽きるでしょ。
ふざけるな。ベアとのゲーム版には存在しない駒だ。俺もベアとも認めない。
ベアとのゲーム版でしょ。ベアとが拒否するってんなら考えてあげるわ。ベアとの意見は
Beato was unable to answer. Lambda Delta grinned triumphantly.
ルールにイチャモンつけてゲームを降りてみる？あんたら推理者の得意技じゃない。自分の意に沿わない要素が一粒でもあったらそれを理由に感触を起こして思考停止を起こすのは
Bold indeed.
安心なさい。この駒については探偵宣言を出すわ。
探偵宣言？
フルドエリカは探偵であることを宣言するわ。探偵は犯人ではなく、その証明にはいかなる証拠も必要としない。早い話がこの子を一切疑う必要はないということよ。これなら人間の駒として登場してもいつもと変わらずに推理できるでしょ。
ノックス第7条ね。探偵が犯人であることを禁ず。原文には例外条項もあるんだけど、今回は探偵は犯人でないと赤で宣言してるから例外は考えなくていいわ。言葉遊びは嫌いだから私も赤で言ってあげる。フルドエリカは犯人ではない。
副賞要求。フルドエリカはこれまでのベアとのゲームに影響を与えない。
いいわ、応じる。フルドエリカはこれまでのベアとのゲームに影響を与えない。あくまでも今回初登場のエキストラよ。これまでの世界には存在しないし影響も与えないわ。
なら今の時点での在当者の人数はどうなるんだ？
もちろんこれまでの人数にプラス1してもらうわ。 も安心して、フルドエリカが1人増えただけ。それ以外の在当者の人数はこれまでのゲームと全く同じ。
Okay. At that time, the sound of people dashing down a corridor could be heard. It was Battler, George, and Jessica, who had come here from the guest house after being called here by Ava. They immediately spotted a guest who they didn't recognize, and their eyes went wide.
どちら様？
お客様、落ちるで来たの。
Darn it, Maria.
は？落ちる？
源氏さん、こちらの方は？
お客様のフルドエリカ様でございます。フルド様、こちらは当家令嬢のジェシカ様、並びにいとこのジョージ様、バトラ様でございます。
よろしく。後ろ宮ジェシカです。
はじめまして、フルドエリカです。よろしくお願いいたします。
Though Battler, George, and Jessica didn't have a clue what was going on and were utterly bewildered, they each introduced themselves.
好都合じゃない。これで人数がはっきりするわ。ゲストハウスのバトラたちが合流し、今客間には金蔵以外のすべての駒が人間が揃った。
そうなるわね。つまり今この客間にいる人数が在当者すべての人数ってことになるわね。
Wow.
18人いるはずの島が、じい様が実は死んでて17人になった。そこにベルンカステルの駒が1人追加され。
The number of humans on this island has returned to 18. I glanced around at the humans in the parlor. The guest, Baruto Erika. And behind her, Umasawa-san and Shannon-chan. Off to the side was Genji-san. Uncle Kraus and Aunt Natsuhi were welcoming the guest. Oda-san immediately started showing off, and Cannon-kun was being unsociable, wearing his usual blank expression. There was Dad and Kirie-san, Aunt Eva and Uncle Hideyoshi, Aunt Rosa and Maria, and Dr. Nanjo. Then, on either side of me, were George Aniki and Jessica. This is everyone. The true number of people on the island at the moment.
何しろ、僕たちは全員後ろ宮だからね。気兼ねなく下の名前で呼んでほしいね。僕はジョージ。
俺はバトラだ。よろしくな。
ありがとうございます、ジョージさん、バトラさん。私のこともエリカと呼んでもらえると嬉しいです。
よろしく、エリカさん。
It was decided that Erika would be welcomed like a guest, allowed to borrow the bedroom next to the cousin room on the second floor of the guest house. In front of all the relatives, she had seemed dignified and a bit stiff. However, as she talked with George and Jessica, her expression began to soften gradually. And so, the detective, Baruto Erika, was placed on the game board.
ジェシカの昔の服、あんなに似合うなんて思いませんでした。
熊沢が勝手にお嬢様の昔の服を使用してしまいました。お許しください。
They're definitely one of the characters of Umineko. Okay. The clothes Erica wore were Jessica's old formal attire. Though the guest possessed a dignity that would put most adults to shame, her body was still physically similar to a middle schooler's. Jessica's old clothes fit her perfectly.
いいえ、お客様にふさわしい身なりでしたよ。もし彼女が気に入るようでしたら、お近づきの印にプレゼントしても良いでしょう。
Or keep them as a sign of friendship. They are awfully friendly to this guest.
かしこまりました。ありがとうございます。
警察やご家族には連絡しましたか？
はい。先方も大層ご心配なされていたようでした。
ところで、客人は本当に事故でしょうね。
There's the paranoia.
ご本人は寄港中のボートから転落したとおっしゃっております。
裏付けはありますか？
海保に問い合わせて確認しました。プレジャーボートの後部から転落したそうで、他の乗員たちは気づかなかったようです。
Fell from the rear. Yikes. Good thing she wasn't hit by the propeller. At least I assumed there would be a propeller.
実際の転落地点は分かりませんが、おそらくはここの近海でしょう。
この悪天候に船遊びなど愚かなことです。しかし、近海で溺れてこの島に漂着することは考えられるのですか？
ありえないことではありません。この辺りの島には大抵漂流民が流れ着いた伝承がございます。おそらく事故は真実ではないかと。この台風です。島のどこであろうとも船での接岸は不可能です。
Genji had already considered what she now suspected. Natsui probably suspected that this mysterious guest, who had arrived during the already high-stress family conference, might be the agent of some conspiracy. So Genji had already checked to make sure that the accident was real, that Furuto Erika was her real name, and that there was nothing suspicious going on.
わかりました。主人も丁重にもてなすようにと指示しています。粗相のないようになさい。ですが、分かっていますね。
はい。親族会議には一切近づけません。夕食後はゲストハウスへお引き取り願います。
客人をお父様に挨拶させろというような流れにもならないよう、よく注意するのですよ。
Why would they try to force to let her meet Inzo? Huh? That doesn't make any sense. Why would you force a stranger to be able, or yeah, why would you try and make a stranger meet the head of household? Like, I could see trying to visit, but I don't know why you would force them to. There's no Kinzo? Oh yeah, but why use a stranger for that purpose? Like, why not just use the regular family members. What purpose? I don't know. I mean, unless they're going for like third party, maybe it makes sense. Yeah, if they're trying to get a third party involved, but still, it feels like it's stretching it a bit.
もちろんです。心得ております。
ほう、フルドエリカとな。この六軒島に来客とは珍しい。楽しませてくれそうではないか。
ベルンカステル教の駒でしょう。
Kings of themselves. But why not? I mean, that would be the best way to tell if he's alive. Because right now they are doubting his doubting whether he's alive or not. They said that he was mad. I mean, it was said that he was mad, but at the same time, like I said, they doubt if he's alive at this point. But I guess maybe the fear of Kinzo would make them do that, like, just in case he's not dead. But, I mean, they seem sort of ready to go all in on this theory that he's dead. And he is dead. I don't know. This seems a little weird.
人間のルールに従うとはいえ、プレイヤーは魔女です。侮ることはできませんよ。
Why does Game Board Ronove recognize Lady Bernkastel's piece? Because Beatrice on the game board is not the same as Meta Beatrice. This should be through... I mean, they both should be from Natsuhi's mind. So that means that Natsuhi is thinking about Lady Bernkastel. But why is Natsuhi thinking about Bernkastel? Really were afraid of that in episode 4 when Kinzo appeared there? Like the first four episodes, no one dares to meet Kinzo. Is Meta Ronove still conscious? It might be a bit twisted logic, but this Beatrice is not real. She's been shown to not exist. So that means Natsuhi's, like, this is imagined Beatrice. Is any Beatrice real, though? I mean, true. But my point leads to, why does Natsui have knowledge of Lady Bernkastel? How does this tie into Bernkastel and the overarching game? Lambda, who's the game master, does answer. That... Okay, I could see that, yeah. Because Lambda can change some things. Okay. I guess we'll go with that for now, yeah.
問題ない。仮にベルンカステル教本人であろうとも、人間である以上、わらわたちの敵ではない。何しろガープもいる。人間はガープに絶対に勝てぬ。
It is all meta. I think Beatrice is real and she'll know. Here's something that Lambda built. Says this Beatrice knows of Lambda, she will. Yeah. Or, yeah, Noah Byrne. Yeah. Yeah. I feel like my brain is being twisted into a pretzel.
ありがとう。でも買いかぶりすぎは良くないわ。魔女の定義は魔法が使えることだけを意味したりはしない。
ですが、ジョーカーであり、台風の目である。それが魔女というもの。
この六軒島で魔女と名乗ってよいのはこのわらわ。黄金の魔女にして無限の魔女ベアトリーチェのみである。ベルンカステル教名、エンジェの次なるコマがどの程度のものか、じっくりと観覧させてもらおうぞ。
Hmm. I wonder. I wonder if there's any significance to the scenes that get cracked. The glass shatters at the end. I mean, not every scene gets cracked glass. I wonder if those scenes cracking is like a hint to things that don't actually exist. Because, I mean, like, we know Beatrice and, I guess, Ronave, well, yeah, and Ronave, are just imagined by Natsuhi. Yeah, I'm trying to remember that whenever the glass cracks. And we've had 2 scenes in close succession that have had cracked glass. That also made me think of it. Because, I mean, and, like, some scenes just have the clock changing time. Some scenes don't have anything when they change. And then the occasional cracked glass. So I wonder. Anyway, Erica's seat was the lowest one in rank. In other words, it was at the inferior end of the table. Since Kinzo's seat at the high end of the table was empty, if you spun the whole thing around, it sort of looked like Erica was the host of this dinner.
それでは皆様、
Even lower than Nanjo. Oof.
本日の晩餐を始めさせていただきたいと思います。
After Goda's announcement, dinner began with the applause that had become almost customary. It was finally the beginning of the dinner orchestra conducted by Toshiro Goda. Except for Krause's household, sitting at such a majestic dinner table was no everyday thing for these people by any means. However, they were all used to this event, and acted as though it was completely normal. Once again, if anyone was to be surprised, it should have been Erika. And yet, she showed no signs of amazement at this dinner, and acted with composure, blending in with everyone else. There wasn't even a sliver of the fear one might expect from someone who had wandered here like a lost puppy.
不思議な子ですね。後宮家の1年間で最も豪華な晩餐を前に何も取り乱さないとは。
最近の子は肝が据わってるわ。嫌いじゃないわ、そういうの。
フルドさんはこういう食事には慣れているのですか？大した落ち着きようだ。
ほんまやな。ずいぶん手慣れたもんや。わしなんかいまだに次はどのフォークを使えばいいんか混乱するんやで。
Oh, Hideyoshi.
ああ、こっちやったか。それともこっちやったか。ああ。
Without showing any confusion over the line of utensils in front of her, Erika gracefully ate her au revoirs. Hideyoshi had started joking around with her, gripping a fork in each hand. Of course, the president of a company in the food service industry like Hideyoshi obviously knew his table manners. However, thinking that Erika must be nervous over this dinner, he had intentionally spoken with a comic tone of voice.
外側から順に使うだけですし、面倒だったらお箸を頼めばいいんです。
Oh, oof. Oof.
日本人ならお箸です。
Yeah. His good intentions have been annihilated.
お箸はいいですよ。これ一膳あればどんな料理でも対処できます。
Huh? I don't know. Yeah. As soon as she began talking about chopsticks, her eyes started glittering. The smile she now showed for the first time was far different from the dignity she'd displayed before. More like something you'd expect from someone her age.
カレーライスはさすがにスプーンでしょう。
丼に盛ればいいんです。牛丼をスプーンで食べる人いますか？いませんよね。日本人なら断じて絶対鉄頭鉄尾お箸です。というわけでゴーダさん、すみませんがお箸をお願いします。
She's a weeb! But I mean, like, I don't know, is she supposed to be Japanese, or is she like a tourist? She's a tourist, then she's definitely a weeb.
私が日本人として恥ずかしくない食べ方をご覧に入れてみせましょう。
Hmm. That sounds like a Japanese name. Oh, that's true, yeah. But then Erika. Is Erika a Japanese name? I mean, maybe? Because, I mean, you could make that with Japanese characters. But it sounds like more of a Western name. Or maybe she's like half and half, I don't know. Unlike Jessica. The smile, yeah. Oh my. Yeah, there's this thing you see every so often if you, well, I see it going around every so often in my circles, but they point out how anime faces are modeled after a cat's. And I would say that definitely fits Erica here. I can see the clear resemblance.
ところで次のお料理は何ですか？
それが困ったことに、次はスープでございまして。
Oof. Eat soup with chopsticks, I dare you. As she imitated a shrugging gesture, Erica winked at everyone. Of course, no one was laughing at her. She obviously knew that soup came after au revoirs in a full-course meal. Furthermore, Erica had noticed both that she'd been performing too perfectly and creating a sense of tension, and that Hideyoshi had tried to break the ice because he thought she was nervous. Oh, okay, so that's why, yeah. So she noticed.
Disappointed!
That's why she acted a little, or that's why she started acting a little childish and lighthearted, acting out the part of a guest enjoying a harmonious dinner. Pretty soon, not only Kyrie, but everyone else caught on. Though she was an uninvited guest, she was apparently worthy of participating in an Ushiromiya family dinner.
頭のいい子ね。
No drama, she... Yeah, everything is way too harmonious. This is not the real Ushiromiya family. What have you done with them?
本当にこの子、偶然の来客なの？実は、今日の親族会議にこっそり読んだ兄さんの隠し子じゃないの？
Oh. Or if Natsui's gonna hear this and be like, start sweating.
賢く場を和ますセンスもあるようだ。マナーも見事じゃないか。あんな子が娘だったら悪くはないね。
それはひでえぜ。ジェシカちゃんの達成がなくならな。
Oof.
ひどいわ、ルドルフ兄さん。
どうしたんだい、ジェシカちゃん。頭痛かい？
私の評価がずんずん下がってる気がするぜ。
こりゃ本家の令嬢として負けられねえだろ。お前も日頃夏日おばさんに仕込まれてるテーブルマナーと貫禄で対抗してみろよ。
Like her mother? Oh my.
見たい見たい。テーブルマナー見たい。
ほら、はしゃぐのはマナー違反だよ。ささ、ジェシカちゃん、お手本を見せてあげて。
もちろんだぜ。
Jessica straightened up so much it looked like someone had poked her back with a pole. She had good posture, but it somehow lacked elegance. He looked, well, kind of like a triangle ruler. She sat at attention with her gaze fixed straight ahead, tried to bring her food to her mouth despite this, and failed miserably. Does anybody actually believe Jessica could do it? Oof. Can't believe you just murdered this poor girl. Dad, who was sitting next to her, suddenly realized that something was up.
どうしたんだ、ジェシカちゃん。腹でも痛えのか。
Imagine trying to show good table manners and then somebody asks you if something's wrong. Oof. Jessica turned bright red. Ah, sorry, I can't help myself. We laughed our heads off. Jessica protested, still bright red. And Natsui scolded us for being too improper. Girl gets humiliated, everyone else laughs, yeah. Poor Jessica. Well, no matter how much we try to smooth it over, we are who we are. We couldn't pretend any longer. Still, that laugh really did help us to relax. We were so concerned about the guest getting nervous, we'd gotten even more nervous ourselves. Our chatter from the center of this long table spread to both ends, and ultimately, the dinner went even more smoothly than usual. With some delicious cheese and coffee, our peaceful meal came to an end. Goda won unanimous acclaim and was praised for his skill by all present. Oh! Oh, it's been a while since you used that. You got me there. Nice. After a short period of harmony following the meal, it was decided that we would return to the guest house. Normally, dinner tended to have a very dark atmosphere about it, and the adults would often keep that mood as they moved straight on to the family conference. Oh yeah, but don't use that too often now because we got Halloween coming up. I'll be having the horror month like I did last year, so we'll have plenty of chances to use it then. However, perhaps because this year's dinner had been oddly peaceful, everyone decided to take a break, the adults included. After eating, taking a bath, and relaxing while watching TV, I wonder if they'll gather again in the mansion with all this rain. Resume that high-tension family conference of theirs. I'd rather not think about it. Apparently, Aunt Ava was getting really worked up, trying to convince the rest of the family to start the family conference right away. But it didn't look like many people agreed with her. They would probably call it quits for the night. Since they had guest house duty, Goda-san and Kumasawa-san were chosen to guide us to the guest house. It's gotta be tough for Goda-san. Even after making and cleaning up such an extravagant dinner, he also has the late-night shift at the guest house. I heard that Kumasawa-san, old as she was, would be going to sleep soon. It seemed she was assigned a spare room.
皆様をゲストハウスまでご案内させていただきます。エリカ様のお部屋もご用意できております。
ありがとうございます。
体調はどうです？具合が悪かったりはしませんか？
ああ、そうだよな。すっかり忘れてたけど、エリカちゃんは溺れてて流れ着いたんだよな。今日は無理しねえで、早く寝た方がいいだろうな。
全然平気です。それよりも緊張と興奮でむしろ寝つけないくらいです。じ 遊ぼう。トランプしよう。
Maria latched onto her, giggling. This lack of restraint, peculiar to youth, was very much like Maria. However, we really should be concerned for Erica's physical condition now.
マリア、トランプは私たちと一緒に遊ぼう。エリカお姉ちゃんは疲れてるんだってさ。
トランプも好きですよ。一息つきましたらぜひご一緒させてください。やったー。あれはどちら様ですか？
As she passed through the lobby of the entrance hall, Erica stopped walking. When we saw what she was looking at, the rest of us also stopped.
ああ、あちらは黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェ様でございますよ。
黄金の魔女。
何やってんだガキども。さっさとゲストハウスへ引き上げるぞ。
Dad, Kirie-san, Aunt Ava, Uncle Hideyoshi, and Aunt Rosa all came over. The entire guest house party had gathered. However, Erica's gaze was captured by the portrait of the witch, and she simply stared at it for a while.
Ah, 親父は200億相当の黄金を隠し持っていて、その隠し場所をあの碑文に記したって言われてる。
Perhaps it was too early for them all to disperse to their individual rooms, because the relatives who had returned to the guest house all gathered on the first floor, continuing their chat. The topic was the witch's epitaph, which Erica had taken an interest
in. 魅力的な謎ですね。誰にでも見られるところに堂々と張り出し、私たちの知恵に挑戦する。そういう挑戦大好きです。
ひゅー。エリカちゃんは案外ノリがいいな。謎解きとか好きなのか？
Why, yes, she does.
面白そうじゃないですか。そういう挑戦。多分金蔵さんはあの碑文によって跡継ぎを選ぼうというつもりに違いありませんね。
When she said that, the adults stopped moving and slowly turned to face Erica.
どうしてそう思うの？
Aunt Ava spoke with a coaxing voice. Though every now and then, there had been whispering among the relatives that whoever solved the epitaph's riddle might be given the family inheritance. This had been no more than wishful thinking, since such a thing had never been specifically stated. Huh? I thought that was stated before. Solving puzzles is the duty of every gentleman. Too bad Battler's incompetent. And yet, though she had only read it once, this outsider had already reached that conclusion. How had she come to it? No, that's not the problem. If you solve the epitaph, you can become the next head. He wasn't trying to make it sound like wishful thinking, but an outright fact. Letter in... it's true. Yeah, I didn't think that, but there's no letter from Beatrice. That's odd. Because I think, didn't every episode have a letter from Beatrice? Thinking of letter from Beatrice. Yeah, that would explain how they get the letters in the first place, because I guess Natsuhi and Kraus and maybe the head servants there all had access to it. Then 4, you think there might not have been one? Oh yeah, I guess that's true. Because Goldsmith, Darth Kinzo, just invaded the dinner by himself. Darth Kinzo has invaded. Oh, episode 4, Kinzo gave Maria the umbrella. Yeah. The letter. So they closed in around Erica, asking why she was so sure.
大富豪が謎を解いた者に富を譲るというのは割とよくあるシチュエーションです。
Fairly common? Really?
そしてご当主の金蔵さんはその碑文を新聞に載せたのではなく、お屋敷の中に掲示しました。
This is another smug sounding song. Or, well, piece of music. Maybe in detective novels, yeah. Yeah, I don't think that's a thing in real life. I mean, I'm sure maybe occasionally that could happen, but I think that would be very, very rare.
つまりこのお屋敷の人間を対象にした謎だということです。
But she does look a little smug here as well. She has a bit of a smug aura. It mocks me.
そうだよな。この屋敷の中である以上、この屋敷に出入りできない者には解きようがない。つまりこの屋敷の人間にじい様は挑戦してきたってわけだ。
Smileless soiree. Huh. Interesting.
グッド。良い思考です。あの碑文が屋敷内にあったという一時からでも、その程度のことを読み取ることが可能です。
At first, this Furuto Erica girl seemed to be the fairly silent type. But that apparently wasn't the case. As she grew excited by a challenge to a game of wits, she became much more talkative than I'd imagined.
なるほどな。屋敷の中に碑文があるんは、屋敷の人間に読ませるためってのは確かに道理や。
What do you think, everyone? Curtsy. Yeah. Maybe talking about treasure map? Wait, what? What do you mean talking about treasure map?
でも家督を譲る相手までも選ぶというのは言い切れるものなの？
この謎を解いて得られる宝がほんのささやかなものでしかないなら、私もそこまでは思いません。
そうよね。隠された黄金の価値は200億。それはまさに後ろ宮家の財産そのものだわ。
About a rich person giving a riddle? Any rich draw on the map? I'm confused.
それを受け継ぐということは、後ろ宮家を引き継ぐことと限りなく同じ意味です。
You mean the rich? Okay, the rich draw the map. Hmm.
つまり碑文に込めた黄金の隠し場所という謎は、後ろ宮家の実質的な後継者選びに他ならないということです。
The idea that the one who solved the epitaph would be chosen as the successor had been passed around by some of the relatives for a while now. However, since it had never been specifically announced, it was nothing more than an optimistic dream. Thinking this, they decided to abandon all consideration of this point until the details were made clear. Erica had clearly declared that this uncertain point was, in fact, true. If one of the relatives had said it, people would have thought it to be merely an optimistic dream. However, when this was declared by a complete outsider, those words seemed even more credible. Everyone remained silent for a while, slowly considering what those words implied.
ただ碑文がそこに存在するだけで、フルドエリカはこの程度の推理が可能です。いかがでしょうか、皆様方。
What do you think, everyone? Yeah.
横やりで申し訳ねえけどさ、一応はうちの父さんが次期当主なわけだぜ。隠し黄金を誰が見つける云々はともかくよ、見つけたら当主ってのはそういうことにはならねえんじゃねえかよ。
Jessica thought the treasure hunting part of the epitaph was really fun. However, she couldn't help but let her expression grow bitter once they started talking about undermining her father's position. Jessica still has a modicum of undeserved respect for her father, yeah. Not like Kraus treats her badly. I mean... Well, they don't let her do stuff that she wants to do. I mean, I think Natsuhi puts pressure on her more, but I don't think it's like George where the father really helps at all. Like, does she even see Kraus much? Other than, like, at dinner? Well, he may not treat her badly, per se, but... pressure on Jessica is actually lower than on George? Maybe. I mean, Jessica still has a little bit of freedom to do stuff at school, because she's not supervised by Natsuhi. I don't know.
私の推理から演繹する限り、金蔵さんは次期当主のクラウスさんに円滑な当主継承を望んでいないと考えられます。
どうしてだよ。
莫大な財産を持つ後宮家の当主なら、政治的な意味でさまざまな影響力を持つことになるでしょう。ならば本来その継承は厳格であり、一切の紛れが入るべきではありません。
そうね。うちの人の好きな戦国武将の話でもよくあるわ。跡継ぎ候補が複数いたりすると、大抵お家騒動の火種になる。
そやな。だからトラブルを未然に防ぐためにしっかりと後継者を指名しておくのが大切なんや。時には競合する後継者を粛清することさえあるんやで。
The Sengoku commander Hideyoshi admired, Toyotomi Hideyoshi, made his son-in-law, Hidetsugu, commit seppuku. But it was rumored that he might have done this to make Hideyori, who was his real son and born after Hidetsugu, his true heir. In other words, naming a successor was a way to make it generally known that a single, unique person would be acknowledged by everyone, and a way to remove any chance of another person becoming an opposing candidate.
グッド。まさにその通りです。
グッド。
あのような碑文の存在は、クラウスさんの次期当主の肩書きを危ぶませる意味しかありません。つまり金蔵さんがクラウスさんに当主を円満に継承させたいと願うなら、あのような危険なものをわざわざ人目にさらす理由がないわけです。
そうね。チェス盤をひっくり返せば確かにそう言える。
スピーン。
当主は継承するけれども200億の黄金は譲らない。解けた誰かに譲るというのはおかしな話だわ。
Kinzo would pass on the title of family head, but he would only give up the 20 billion yen in gold to the person who solved the epitaph. You really couldn't call this passing on the headship in the truest sense.
そういうことです。以上の推理により、金蔵さんがクラウスさんを本当に後継者だと認めていたか怪しむことができるわけです。ただ碑文がそこに存在するだけで、古田エリカはこの程度の推理が可能です。
Simply by X, this level of reasoning is possible for Furuto Erika. Uh-huh. That's like her catchphrase, isn't it?
いかがでしょうか、ジェシカさん。
And then what do you think? Oh, that smug aura. It mocks us. It mocks Jessica.
なんだよそれ。何が推理だ。デタラメだ。こじつけだ。
I don't think Jessica likes her anymore. Yeah. To get that rivalry going. Jessica let her emotions lay bare and glared at Erika. Erika, on the other hand, looked exceedingly calm with an expression that said, "Well, that's just the truth, right?" I see. It looks like table manners aren't the only way this girl is fitting for the Ushiromiya family. It seems she really does match the family, even when it'd be better if she didn't.
まあまあ、落ち着けよジェシカ。エリカもそれくらいにしろって。
まあその後継者云々の話は置いといてもやな。いずれにせよ お父さんからのビッグクエスチョンやというのは間違いないやろな。
Big question.
200億やで。マリアちゃん、もし見つけたら何に使う？
おお、黄金鏡は黄金だけじゃない。もっと神聖な場所なの。
Uncle Hiyoshi kept trying to force himself to chuckle and improve the mood. Everyone else tried to play along, but Jessica's mood didn't get any better.
エリカちゃんも碑文の謎に挑戦してみたくなったのかい？
はい。灰色の脳細胞がうずきまくりです。
Okay.
ですので、謎解きを早速始めたいと思います。
Georgianiki smoothly turned the conversation around. Just like the time she'd made everyone laugh in the dining hall, Erica looked about with gleeful eyes and jumped at the chance.
気に入ったわ。せっかくエリカちゃんが面白がってくれてるんだし、また去年みたいにみんなで謎解きをしてみましょうよ。
私コーヒー入れるわ。欲しい人は手を挙げて。マリアはダメよ。眠れなくなっちゃうでしょ。
Yeah, she's already super excited. Give her coffee and she'll never sleep.
マリアもブラック飲む。ワクワクしません？こういう謎。私は大好きです。
Erica said that and smiled. Though she must have known that she'd ticked Jessica off and made the atmosphere sour, she just smiled nonchalantly.
別に10月5日の事件を待たなくても解ける謎はあるってわけ。
Same battler pose. I just find this amusing.
そりゃ俺も何度か挑んださ。だが
でもさっぱりわからなかったから投げ出して考えるのをやめた。でしょ？
It pissed me off, but I don't have a good counter for that. After all, I don't get the epitaph at all. I don't even know what the beloved hometown means, much less the parts about the Sweetfish River and the key. Thinking that a few more hints would show up if I waited, I kept on waiting, and just stopped thinking.
あなたなりの答えは準備できてる？私が今から解いちゃうから。
Oh, she's about to solve it?
何？
ベルンはね、ここで碑文の謎を解いちゃったのよ。さすが奇跡の魔女ね。解ける謎であるならば難易度に関係なく必ず解ける。今度は解くのに何年かけたの？失敬ね。かけらをほんの数百個ほど漁っただけじゃない。やっぱり恐ろしいわ、あんたは。
それは赤で答えをいきなり語るとかそういうインチキじゃねえんだろうな。
安心なさい。
That smug look.
あなたと同じプレイヤーとしてのルールにのっとってよ。じゃあ 始めようかしら。ここじゃ狭いわ。海の上で話しましょう。
Walk over the sea. What?
オッケー。酔わないでね、バトラー。
海って何の話だ？
I thought the whole world had turned pitch black, and the next moment, I was struck by a strange floating sensation. This must be what it feels like to suddenly have the floor drop from under you, sending you into a bottomless pit. Wow, wow. Oh, the sea of fragments. When I looked, I saw that the two witches and I had been thrown into a pitch-black universe. In this space, every direction was covered in an endless darkness, and it felt like a limitless expanse filled with countless glittering objects. Some people might have likened it to the depths of an ocean where innumerable sparkling fragments drifted. Whoa, whoa.
酔うなと言ったのに。重力の概念が欲しいなら自分で生み出しなさい。ほら、落ち着いて私たちを見て。ほら、私たちは平気そうにしてるでしょ。足元に大地があって重力に支配されていると信じなさい。そうすれば安定できるから。
Yes, the two witches are standing normally, as if their feet were planted on transparent pieces of glass. I'm the only one floating about like someone in a rapidly plummeting elevator. When I saw that they were doing just fine, I started calming down, figuring that there was no need to be scared. Then, just as Lambda Delta said, I gritted my teeth and kept telling myself that there was a place to stand here, and that I had to stay calm.
お上手。あんたの名前は？
後宮バトラー。他の誰に見えるよ。
オッケー。自分の意志、感情、姿や形を決して喪失してはダメよ。ここは海なんだからね。
One minute. Okay, I'm back.
意味を喪失すれば永遠の深淵に落ちて海の藻図よ。気をつけなさい。
Oh, lovely. I don't get what Lambda Delta's saying, but I should calm down for the time being. It seems that I regain my equilibrium the more I calm down. Gradually, that weird floating feeling, like I was falling forever, began to disappear. It still felt strange, like trying to stand up straight at the bottom of a deep pool, but it was much better than before.
では始めるわ。碑文の謎を解くためのかけらを紡ぐ。
Bernkastel opened both of her hands. Then, like a planetarium, all of the fragments throughout this empty space began to spin, leaving tails behind them. The expression planetarium might have been surprisingly fitting. Multiple fragments were tied together by gold lines, and what looked like constellations zoomed by us rapidly, one after another. It felt almost as though we were dashing through space at an incredible speed. They've gone to ludicrous speed! Then, with tails of light drifting behind them, several brightly glowing fragments swirled around Bernkastel. It looked almost like she'd created her own solar system, with her as the sun. That solar system surrounding Bernkastel grew to a radius large enough to swallow us up. And every once in a while, one of those satellite fragments zoomed right past me. Whoa. What? 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 I see. When those fragments passed by me, it felt as though some kind of memory welled up inside me. Rosa with a gun. Oh boy. So I sensed it. These fragments are probably like a crystallization of memories. Imagine if Rosa had a gun. Man. Mention that Rosa is in the fighting game, she fights with that shotgun. Oh my. I don't remember if you mentioned that, but... Oh my.
記憶じゃないわ。世界のかけらよ。まあ、あんたには記憶のように感じられるだろうけどね。
では始めるわ。まずはこのかけらから。
One of the satellites in this solar system was slowly sucked into an inward trajectory, Bernkastel at the center. After drawing a spiral and approaching her, it settled down on the palm of Bernkastel's outstretched hand. Then it glittered brightly, painting over the world with pure white.
懐かしき故郷は私たちの想像をきっと裏切らないわ。
Ava Beatrice.
お父様が唯一懐かしむ過去は少年時代だけだもの。
覚えてるぜ。これは第3のゲームでエヴァおばさんが碑文の謎を解く直前にしていた自分の中の魔女とやらとの考察だ。
そうよ。そしてこの考察から彼女は正解を紡ぎ出した。つまり正解へ至る重要なヒントを示すかけらということ。つまりこの推理は間違っていないということなのよ。
Okay.
つまり懐かしき故郷とやらば何かの比喩でも何でもなく、そのままじいさまが少年時代を過ごした故郷と読み取っていいということなのか。
そういうこと。そして少なくともそれは小田原ではないわ。
生まれは確かに小田原だけど、お父様それについては多分兄弟たちは全員同じ場所で認識してるわね。
そうね。多分小田原じゃないわね。
聞いた話ではとても楽しい少年時代だったそうよ。
そうだな。エヴァおばさんたち兄弟は小田原であることを否定していた。いや、それどころかみんなはじい様の故郷がどこかを察しているようだった。
そう。そして意地悪なことに、それがどこなのかはどのかけらでも語っていない。そりゃそうでしょう。それを教えてあげちゃったらヒントが過ぎちゃうわ。難易度の高い謎でなきゃ意味がないんだから。あらいけない。これもヒントになっちゃうわね。
You mean that's a hint? Wasn't a hard riddle, there'd be no point to it.
一体じい様の故郷というのはどこだったんだ。それがわからなくちゃ始まらない。
始まらないから思考を停止したわけ。住み得た場所である以上、それは有限の範囲内だわ。まあここが一番辛いところなんだけれど。
お前は確か解ける謎である限り絶対に解ける魔女だったな。つまりお前はその有限の範囲内、つまり地球上の全てからじい様の住んでそうな土地を全て想定して考えたのか。
そうしてもいいけれど、それじゃあ時間がいくらあっても足りないわ。
It's not like you could live everywhere on the earth.
だからさらにヒントを加味して答えを絞る必要があった。自分で言ったじゃない。水の流れる川かどうかわからないって。あゆという言葉がそんなにもややこしいなら忘れてしまえば。川で考えるの。家系図という連想は悪くないわ。その要領で川から連想するものを他にも考えてみて。
I would link a river with something else along those lines. Tributary?
故郷を貫く鮎の川。しかしその川は本当の意味での川ではない。エヴァは川から連想できる他のものを考えたわ。
そうだな。しかし川じゃないなら鮎って何なんだ。
考えなさい。故郷を貫く川。でも水の流れる川じゃないわ。川のようにも例えられるもの。
Production line, maybe? Like a... Or... I don't know. I would almost think it'd be like a road that they take sweet fish to a factory on or something. I don't know.
懐かしき故郷を貫く鮎の川。エヴァは故郷がどこか分かってたから鮎というヒントを切り捨てて考えたけど、 故郷を知らない私たちにはヒントになりうるかもしれないわ。
Saying no matter how much you think you need to consult an atlas and know Japanese to figure it out? Okay. I see. It's one of those kinds of riddles.
鮎の皮に悩みすぎたわ。鮎なんて大した意味ないじゃない。
そんなことないわよ。立派なヒントだったじゃない。まあ確かに鮎である必要はなかったかもね。
鮎って何なんだ。川が言葉通りの川でない以上、鮎だってもちろん泳ぐ魚を意味したりはしないはずだ。
そうね。その上ローザに至っては鮎に大した意味はないとまで言い捨ててるわ。その一方でエヴァは鮎である必要はないが立派なヒントだったとも言っている。つまり鮎は何かを想起させる鍵だということ。その何かが他の単語であっても想起できるなら、エヴァの言う鮎である必要はないがという言葉につながってくる。
Yeah, similar word. From these thoughts, Aunt Ava formed some theory, went to the library, looked through some books, and verified that she was right. In short, Aunt Ava formed some theory about the true nature of the Sweetfish River running through a hometown. Then she opened a certain book to determine whether that theory was correct or not. In other words, this theory was something that could be verified through some kind of book. Yeah, an atlas. Also, after she figured out what the Sweetfish River was, she figured out the rest of the riddle very quickly.
よい思考よ。碑文は川を下ればやがて里ありと続く。エヴァはその時点ではそこから始まる産業の謎を解けてはいなかった。
So if you look on the atlas down the river, see a village.
里って何？里ってどういう意味？この川を下ると里なんてあるの？
Or again, maybe it wasn't really a village? I don't know, maybe it's a village, or maybe it's another similar thing? Right before my eyes, the pieces that I hadn't been able to understand at all began to snap into place all by themselves. I couldn't even remember to close my open mouth. My throat grew completely dry. Is it really okay for this to be the answer? Really? Really?
つまり故郷を貫く鮎の川が分かれば自動的に川を下れば里あり云々が分かって黄金鏡の鍵が手に入るってわけだ。
そういうことよ。エヴァもその書物を読んで確かめるまでは川を下った里のことは分からなかったみたいだし。
くそ、その書物って何なんだ。
でもこれ れは全然6文字じゃないわ。これが答えに間違いないって断言できるけど、これは全然6文字に満たない。
また思考停止なら、それを6文字で読める方法を考えなさい。思いつかないなら調べなさい。きっと答えはある。それを疑ってはダメ。それが信じられないなら、とっとと泣き寝入りでもしてへそでもかんで死んじゃえば。
1、2、3、4、5、6。6文字。見つけた。これが黄金鏡への鍵。
そしてエヴァは黄金鏡への鍵を見つけたわ。
ああ、そしてその鍵というのは6文字の何か。言葉か数字か文字列なんだ。
そういうこと。鍵の正体が6つの文字だと分かれば、第一の番の意味がだいぶ分かってくる。
Characters, the meaning of the first Twilight changes drastically.
第一の番に鍵の選び師6人を生贄に捧げよう。鍵の選び師6人。6文字。
In other words, it means to sacrifice the 6 characters chosen by the key on the first Twilight.
この鍵がある特定の6人を指し示す。いえ、ある特定の6つを指し示すというべきね。もしこれが文字通りに生贄を捧げろという意味でないなら、例えばアナグラムかもしれないわ。
アナグラム？文字遊びのことかね。
Yes, Kyrie-san had been thinking that way ever since that moment.
第2の番に残されし者はとある。ということは、少なくともその何かは有限の文字数なのよ。そこから6文字を抜いて残った文字で話を進めろと読み解けるわ。
つまり第一の番に6文字以上の文字列から鍵である6文字を殺し、残った文字でどうにかしろという意味なんだ。
Way to figure out by the time episode 3 came out? Maybe even earlier? I doubt it.
そういうこと。ただ当時の切り絵も言ってる。ならば何から6文字を殺せばいいのか。その殺す大元の文字列がわからない。
Yeah, what is this longer string of characters? On the first Twilight, kill the 6 characters that are the key. On the first twilight.
つまり第一の晩という時点でもう何かの文字列が存在するということなのか。しかし第一の晩じゃ4文字しかない。他の読み方か。G 様風に英語で読むなら大ファーストナイトか。
グッド。
Oh? Now we're back with Erica. Know what the word of the key is? Never figured it. The key word is Gudo. People solve the epitaph without knowing Japanese. Holy cow. Good lord, that's some dedication. I could see maybe some riddle solvers that are Japanese or no Japanese. I could see them figuring it out, maybe. Even though I don't know it. But to not even know the language and figure it out when it requires knowing the language, that's impressive. The epitaph is actually harder for Japanese? Huh. I really thought knowing both Japanese and English would be a requirement. Huh. Trying to figure out that the epitaph is actually based in English. Because of the longer character. Yeah, because of the longer characters, maybe? But also... Is it because they all have English names? Is this why Kinzo did it? Or is that why Kinzo named his kids with English names? That seems weird, although it's Kinzo, so... It's translated to Japanese epitaph, then translated back to English. He named them before he got the gold, though. Did? Like, I thought he got the gold and then made his family. Rudolph, Ava, and Kraus are older than that? Wait, when did he get the gold? Because, I mean, I thought Kinzo got the gold way back. Remember the original hometown before he got the gold. Huh. I mean, that is a good point. Seems strange, though. I mean, how old is Kinzo? I thought he was supposed to be pretty young when he took over the family. And when he took over the family, that's when he got the gold. Okay, probably around 80? So if they're around like 40, then they're 50. Around 50? Okay. I mean, I guess you could call 30 young. Sort of young? 35? Wait, Rosa's like 35. But Rosa knew as well. That means you'd have to be like 45. That, I don't know, that doesn't really make sense to me. Because Beatrice came before first wife. Or, well, I don't know. Now I'm getting confused on the timeline. Mentioned they were already living in Rakanji when Rosa was born? Oh yeah, so... But Rosa also knew the original hometown. So if they were already living there, yeah. So they wouldn't... Yeah, they wouldn't have been named before he got the gold. I think you're confusing me and yourself. Everybody's confused. It's just Umineko. Just another day of Umineko. This is a regular occurrence. So 3, Beatrice we saw was older than Rosa. Yeah. But anyway, if he had the island, that mean, well, I guess Rosa could have heard it from her siblings, but would they share that information? I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, does it tell us the word eventually? Or are we just left guessing? Because I do want to know what it is, but I mean, if it'll tell us eventually, I don't want to get spoiled. The real epitaph solution? Yeah. We'll go into more detail at some point. Yeah. Okay.
バトラさんのその考え、なかなかです。鍵の選びし6人の生贄を6文字の文字列と読み解く。柔軟な発想だと思います。鍵が鍵の形状をしたものとは限りませんから。
アナグラムの可能性は私も考えてたの。
そういや、以前そんなことを言ってたな。しかしだとしたら何から6文字を抜くんだ？
そうね。6文字も抜く以上、それ以上の文字数だわ。第1の番を6文字以上にどう読み解けばいいのかしら。
お父様のセンスならやっぱり英語なのかしら。
行き詰まるようなら先に第2の番に進みヒントを探してみましょう。残されし者は寄り添う2人を引き裂け。残されし者は6文字を抜いた後に残った文字だと考えてよいでしょう。
となると、寄り添う2文字とはどういう意味になるんだろうね。
そうか。わかったぜ。つまりはこういうことだ。
For example, let's take the following list of 9 characters, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then let's say that the 6 characters offered as sacrifices are 1, 3, 6, 7, 8, and 9. In this case, we erase the aforementioned 6 characters and get 2 base 4 5.
2と4と5が残るな。それでどうなるってんだ？
あ、4と5寄り添ってる。
そうか、わかったで。つまり寄り添いし2人っちゅうんは
2 space 4 5.
そうさ。2と4は間が空いているが、4と5は隣り合っている。寄り添いし2人だ。
グッ
Good.
ドお見事です、バトラさん。引き裂くという意味が4と5も潰せという意味なのか、4と5の間を開けと言っているのかは分かりかねますが、その着眼は良いと思います。
なら第3の晩の残されし者は誉れ高き我が名をたたえよってのは何だと思う？
文字遊びである可能性が高い以上、それもまた言葉遊びの可能性があります。残された文字は誉れ高き我が名をたたえよ。
難しいね。どういう意味だろう。
どなたかわかる方は？私は多分わかっちゃいました。
何、教えなさいよ。
これもアナグラムか。
またしてもグッド。バトラさんはなかなか発想が柔軟です。
Holy cow, Battler's not being incompetent? Gasp?
アナグラムって文字遊びって意味だよね。ということは、
つまり残った文字を入れ替えると何かの単語ができるという意味じゃないかしら。
だな。とすると、ちょいと勇み足な仮説だが、俺は第一の番に間引く大元の文字数は11文字じゃないかと想定する。
I am so lost. I mean, I get what they're saying, but I just can't picture it in my head. I don't have any reference point.
またしてもお見事。
Flashbacks to Rudolph Sucker Mary Barrels. What was that about? I know I've heard that somewhere. I can't remember it though.
私も同じ見解でした。
Oh, remove the E's and the R. Oh, yeah. Came down with the case of the Sugma.
どうしてよ。どうして11文字なんて言えるんや。
Or not to.
生贄を一人殺すというのは文字を一文字潰すことを意味すると思われます。第二の番の引き裂けをとりあえず2文字の間を開けという意味で解釈した場合なら11文字。この引き裂けが2文字を潰せという意味なら13文字になると想定されます。なぜならその後の第4の番から第8の番にかけて5回殺せという記述が出るからです。 そしてその次の第9の番で誰も生き残れないと書かれています。
魔女が蘇るって部分をとりあえず無視するなら、これは第一の番に6文字潰し、寄り添った文字を割いて、さらにぴったり文字がなくなるという意味ではないかと考えたんだ。
So that makes 6 plus 5, or 11 characters. If tearing apart the two who are close in the second Twilight means to kill both of them, that makes 6 plus 2 plus 5, or 13 characters. There's a chance that the word symbolizing the first Twilight has 11 or 13 characters. Wait, it couldn't be that easy, could it?
実にお見事です。私とまさに同じ推理。バトラさんもどうやら私と同じ灰色の脳細胞に恵まれているようですね。
Omega lol. Yeah, that's funny. That's funny, Erica.
よせやい。適当だぜ、適当。おいおい、なんだよこれ。コマの俺は随分と頭が切れるじゃねえか。
Yeah, isn't that weird? It's like totally the opposite of you normally.
おかげで俺の推理する出番がねえぜ。
ああ、ごめんなさい。バトラはこの時不在だったから、私の方で勝手に駒を操らせてもらったわ。
I see. I see. Yeah, normal battler's still incompetent.
切れ者っぽくていいでしょ。
Emotional damage.
Isn't it nice how smart I made you look?
あんたはベルにプレイヤーをしてもらった方が賢そうに見えるわ。プレイヤーは降りて駒に専念した方がよくない？
I joined in on this game partway through, well after the first murders occurred on October 5th. That means the piece called Me was controlled by the player, Bernkastel. So I guess that means it's possible for Bernkastel's reasoning to be announced through my mouth. The game I'm watching now is nothing more than a replay of part that's already ended. However, that's probably good enough for now. After all, this Bernkastel-sama is going out of her way to solve the epitaph for me. I'll watch closely for now. And I'll try to find out what it means. Lambda Delta let it slip herself just a second ago.
そりゃそうでしょ。それを教えてあげちゃったらヒントが過ぎちゃうわ。難易度の高い謎でなきゃ意味がないんだから。あらいけない。これもヒントになっちゃうわね。
This theory about grandfather creating the epitaph in order to choose a successor isn't bad at all. Erica and Bernkastel's logic is extremely reasonable. But that's only if we assume grandfather was the one to create it. He was probably alive at the time the epitaph was displayed. But of course, grandfather is already dead by 1986. And in the games up until now, Beatrice threatened us repeatedly with letters, saying that the only way to survive was to solve the epitaph, and trying to force us to solve the riddle. In other words, it was Beatrice's intention, her hope, that we would try solving the riddle of the epitaph. The epitaph's so confusing that, in most cases, the relatives never seriously tried solving it until the threatening letters started to arrive. That's why Beatrice fired the starting pistol that made us take a go at it. Why is Beatrice carrying out grandfather's will after his death? I wonder if that letter is from Natsuhi and or Kraus because they want somebody to find the gold because they need money. Like the theory proposed in the first game, is Beatrice really grandfather's confidant, who's following his orders even after his death and trying to select the successor with the riddle of the epitaph in grandfather's stead? If she did that, it would mean Beatrice really was Kinzo's trusted underling, the family alchemist she claimed to be in that letter. After grandfather's death, Beatrice managed the 10 tons of gold and took the title of alchemist. She was entrusted with the epitaph's riddle, and without ever embezzling the gold, she waited for a human fitting to be the successor to appear and solve it. And if that human didn't appear within a set time limit, would that be game over? Certainly, Aunt Ava, who solved the riddle in the third game, became the only survivor, and automatically the final head of the Ushiromiya family, inheriting everything. Up until now, no one has ever survived past October the 5th except Aunt Ava, the one who solved the epitaph. That was the only case where Beatrice let anyone survive. Is Beatrice's loyalty to grandfather the thing that drove her? Was she so loyal that she faithfully carried out some terrible order? Kill everyone if the epitaph wasn't solved? I must not stop thinking. Don't stop thinking. Don't just think of the riddle itself. Think about why it's significant. Why is Beatrice telling us to solve the epitaph? Why is she making us solve such a confusing epitaph? If Beatrice makes us try and solve this epitaph we have no real chance of solving, and by some lucky chance, a miracle occurs and someone is able to solve it, what significance would that have to her? I don't know what such a miracle would be worth to Beato.
いずれにせよ、第一の番がわからねえ限り、これ以上はお手上げだな。
We tried looking at it from several different angles, but in the end, we got stuck there and made no further advances. But I thought we were about to solve it. I've been jebaited. Maria let out an extra large yawn. This caused several other people to yawn. We'd been using our heads so much that everyone had gotten a little sleepy. Jessica, who'd been silent and irritated the whole time, quickly stood up. Darn it, Maria? Yeah. Why are you ruining everything that's Rose's job? Oof!
私はマリアと一緒に上へ行ってるぜ。テレビでも見てる。
そうだね。僕も上がるよ。そうだ。みんなで上でトランプでもしようか。
When George proposed this, Maria completely forgot about that big yawn of hers and started jumping around, insisting that she wanted to play cards. According to the clock, it was already 10 o'clock at night. It was already about the time you'd normally take a bath and get ready for sleep. Even the adults seemed pretty weary from traveling. We decided to continue this later and went our separate ways.
エリカちゃんも一緒にどう？トランプ。
お気持ちだけで結構です。客人の分もわきまえず、ちょっとしっきりすぎました。今夜はおとなしく休もうと思います。自分が遭難者であることをすっかり忘れていましたから。
まったくだぜ。とても溺れてたとは思えない元気さだ。
若さね。でも楽しかったわ。あなたのおかげで推理が一層進んだ気がする。もし私が黄金を見つけたら100万円くらい分けてあげるわ。
Wow, thanks, Ava.
せめて気前よく1億くらいドーンとは言えんのか。
結構です。私に興味があるのは謎解きだけですので。それではこれで失礼します。おやすみなさい。
おやすみ。
あら、バトラ君は上に行かないの？
俺はちょっと面白くなっちまったんで、もう少しここで考えをまとめてみます。第一の番を示す文字列さえ分かれば、きっと一気に道は開けると思うんすけどね。
Everyone went up to the second floor, one by one. Only Aunt Rosa remained behind, cleaning up the coffee cups everyone had been drinking out of. Kyrie-san and some others had offered to help, but Rosa had refused and was washing them all alone. Since I'd just been treated to such delicious coffee, I decided to help too. I wasn't just doing it because I felt obligated. I wanted to keep discussing the epitaph with someone.
第一の番、第一の番。ローザおばさんはなんか思いつく文字列とか言葉あるっすか？
さあ、私には全然。でも第一の番じゃなくて第10の番はちょっと気になったかしら。
第10の番？何ですか？
黄金鏡って単語何度も出てくるでしょ？
Once and for the last time.
出てきますね。
なぜか第10の番だけ旅は終わり黄金の今日、いえ里ね、黄金の里へ至るだろうって書かれているの。どうしてここだけ黄金の里と書かれているのか気になってね。
Same line Rosa says to Ava in episode 3?
本当だ。確かに他はみんな黄金鏡って書かれてるのに。
That line should have been a key part of the riddle, or you wouldn't expect the writer to waste words needlessly. Could it have been done for some special purpose?
しかしバトラ君とあのエリカちゃんって子はすごいわね。発想が本当に柔らかい。私なんかもうおばさんだから頭が全然回転しないのよ。今日の鍵の選び師6人は6文字を間引けという意味だという推理は見事だったわ。
The original, it's the difference between Nosato at the very end instead of Nosokyo. Okay. I don't understand, but okay. I mean, I see they're different words, different ways of saying the same thing. assume.
そう聞かされちゃったらもうそうにしか思えないけれど、それまでは全然そうだと思わなかったものね。自分の頭の硬さが嫌になるわ。
そんなことないっすよ。
In one translation, uses capital of gold for that last line instead of golden land everywhere else. Okay. I see. Interesting.
ローズおばさんだって頭十分柔らかいっすよ。その黄金の里って発見は何かの鍵になるかもしれないじゃないっすか。
Maybe the real golden land is the brain teaser we broke our brains with along the way.
とんでもない。カチカチよ。私なんてついこの間までは第一の番というのは黄金鏡までの道中の10分の1の場所だとか思ってたんだから。
なんすかそれ。面白そうだから聞かせてくれませんか。
だって第一の番の前の行に黄金鏡へ旅立つべしって書いてあるでしょ。
There I heard the Ogan Kyo.
そして10日をかけて旅をするわけだから、これはその旅の途中のお話なんだろうと思ったの。
旅、確かに。
それで旅を始めて最初の一晩目のキャンプで6人を生贄に捧げて。ならその場所ってどこだろう。スタート地点から何キロ目なんてね。内緒よ。
That is a good point. Because, like, the sacrifices or whatever have to be done at the right time. We've seen from episode 4. And I mean, well, just about every episode, since they have to be at different times, can't just be done one after the other. How does that work in here?
おばさんバカだから黄金の里のことずっと黄金の京って読んじゃってて。ほら、京って言うと京都みたいでしょ。だからお父様の故郷から京都までの旅路の最初の10分の1の地点に何か秘密が隠されてるんじゃないかって思って。
いや、めちゃくちゃ斬新っすよ、その発想。10日をかけての旅の最初の1番目の場所、そこの地名が鍵か。
それを知るにはスタート地点とゴール地点がわからないとね。スタート地点は分かってるの。お父様が懐かしむ故郷は分かってる。お父様は少年時代をとても遠方で過ごされたのよね。でも問題はゴールの黄金鏡ね。一体どこのことなのかしら。
Okay, but what's the hometown?
それがわからなきゃ私の説もさっぱり。長いことここで行き詰まってたんだけど、今日のバトラ君たちの推理を聞いてて、やっぱり私の恥ずかしい勘違いだったんだわって思い知ったわ。
いや、それはそれできっと面白い発想だと思います。スタートとゴール、10日間の旅、その最初の一晩目の到達点。
案外バトラ君ならポロッと解けちゃったりしてね。もしおばさんのヒントで解けたなら1割の半分でもいいから分けっこしてね。約束よ。
Despite being my aunt, she gave me a smile and a wink which would have made a man's heart jump. As I helped her wash the coffee cups, I kept pondering the epitaph's riddle in silence. Battler, please. Oh. Isn't Rosa cute and definitely not the worst ever? Yeah. Well, I mean, is she the worst ever now that we have Kraus? I don't know. I feel like it's a tough call. Just because Kraus doesn't seem malicious. Yeah, but he could have lost his entire family's fortune. And would therefore get thrown out on the street, get his whole family thrown out on the streets with no money to their name. I mean, just because he seems nice, and he doesn't mean to do this stuff, doesn't mean there are some really bad consequences. Oh. Comparing that to Rosa, though? Yeah. I mean, Rosa... Like, she's pretty terrible to Maria. Yeah. But I mean, at the same time, there seems to be some part of Rosa that does care about Maria. You could argue that as well. I don't know, it's just, they're both bad in different ways. If Kraus survived 1986, he'd be rich because of the property bubble. Would he, though? Like, I have to wonder if these plans would ever come to fruition. Or if he'd just get screwed over by somebody else. I don't know. I mean, there's no way to tell because it doesn't happen. You pity Kraus more than dislike him? I mean... I don't know. I don't know if I pity Kraus. Like I said, I pity Jessica and Natsuhi for having to put up with Kraus. But I mean... Like, Kraus's difficulties are because of Kraus. So I don't know how much to pity him there. But yeah, Ava was rich because she got the gold. That wasn't because of, like, property values or anything. Wouldn't be able to use the gold. But yeah, didn't she, like, slowly get the gold or something? Didn't necessarily get it right away, or I don't know. Cash the gold? Well, actually, no, it wouldn't be that hard. If everybody else is dead, and, like, that's Ushiromiya assets, it belongs to her. So there wouldn't really be any problems cashing out the gold. Yeah, everybody's dead. There's no way to pin the blame on her. Now people were talking about her a lot, and that's sort of why she turned into evil, cranky Ava. And they did investigate her, I think, but they couldn't find anything. So, yeah, the Ushiromiya gold is marked with the Ushiromiya seal. Whatever. And yeah, like I said, with everybody else dead, there shouldn't be any problems cashing that. I mean, she was... Well, I'm not sure. Was she holding at least some of it for Ange? I think some of it was supposed to belong to Ange, but... No official deal. Oh no, I thought it did have a seal. Whoever... Didn't it have a seal of whoever made this? Oh, well. Yeah, the Ushiromiya seal was... Okay. Was that not a recognized seal? I mean, I sort of see Small Blue Gem's point here. The Ushiromiya seal was not made by a refinery, and so might not be recognized by the government, I guess, or whoever he sells it to. So even though they have that seal, I don't know if it would actually prove anything. Because the seal is there to guarantee that it is whatever percent purity gold. And if it's not guaranteed, I guess it'd be hard to sell. But, I mean, you could just test it, right? Tell them they're not official. I mean, couldn't you just get them tested? I don't know. There's got to be some way to get it tested, but you'd probably like have to do each one or something, so that would take a while. But it doesn't necessarily mean that you can't use them. It would just take longer. How to explain where you got them? Found them on the island. I mean... And there is proof of Inzo having gold before. Yeah. Kill your family to get them, but there's no proof of that. There was no proof to prove that Ava killed her family. So the public did not approve of her. Everybody was, like, blaming her. But there was no proof. And that's why she wasn't arrested. Yeah. At least according to police, yeah. No proof because there is no gold? Hmm. Hmm. You're saying that there was no gold to begin with. And that's why Ava is sus. Hmm. I don't know, my brain is turning to mush. Get the gold and all your family dead, then he says? Well, yeah. Well, she was definitely suspicious. But nobody could pin anything on her. She was sus regardless, yeah, yeah. Hmm. I don't know. I'm losing sight of why we originally got onto this topic also. My brain is become mush. My brain is mashed potato. It was mentioned she doesn't have the money after the accident? What? Hmm. Auctioned the books. Oh, yeah, yeah. Hmm. Can't collect their insurance, yeah. Okay, so this, I think this was all, go back in chat, I think this was something about Ava getting the property from Kraus? That's why Kraus would have succeeded? Thing. Gold is just rumors outside of the family. The point we were discussing is that Kraus would be rich after this. Yeah, I'm not sure if Small Blue Gem is trying to make the point that gold might not actually exist, and she got it off of like Kraus's properties or something. So Ava inherited the property. Okay, so that is what you're getting at. Okay. Huh. Ava inherits the property, and she gets to make money off of that, and then make even more money later on. Okay. I see. See. Hmm. Ralph didn't die here, though. He might just be busted by the siblings and go to jail for embezzlement or fraud. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, back in the beginning of episode 5, it was pointed out that Natsuhi is the killer or whatever. I could sort of see that if she's like trying to kill everybody to protect Kraus. Well, protect their family, but I don't know. It almost feels like that's a red herring, though. Feels like too much of a straight shot. Wait, before I forget, I'm gonna save here. Yeah, Jessica was one of the ones who died. Yeah, I don't know what happens. I mean, after all, in the end, everybody dies pretty much. Or at least it's assumed that all of them die. So, I don't know what goes on. Maybe people turning against each other. Or maybe there is an accident or something. I don't know. Maybe it's small bombs. Yeah. Yes, it's clearly small bombs. There is no other explanation. Okay, but like I said, my brain is turning to mush if it isn't already mush. So, I think this is where we're gonna end for today. Dream Element's already posted that, but it's up a little bit now, so... Yeah, clearly, it's small bombs in blue. Anyway, there are socials if anybody's interested in those. We got links to Discord, YouTube, and Twitter in the chat, or you can find them, or you can always find them below the stream in the About section or under the About section under the socials banner. Yeah, tomorrow we'll be doing World 17 Guardian Tale. Or at least starting it. It'll probably take longer than tomorrow. Probably go on to Thursday. But yeah. Anything else? I don't think there's really anything else. So, in the meantime, thank you for being here. Hope you have a great rest of your day, night, whatever, wherever you are. And I'll see you around. Bye-bye.